Alright, good afternoon all. Give it a few moments for the stream to catch up and for me to collect my thoughts. So, last time we were here, yeah, we had built GMP. I'm almost wondering if I should put that like in a shared folder. Actually, I do think that's a good idea. So let's clean this up. Old GCC 4. Old. Hey, Tayesi, I hope you're having a good day today. Alright. Hopefully the music settings aren't too loud. I now have two screens on the desktop, which, as far as quality of life goes for streaming, is amazing. So yeah, so what I want to do first is I want to go to the GMP folder. Oh right, I need to be in Bash if I want tab complete. Tools bin Bash. Yay, yeah, so build. I want to put this in a generic prefix. Let's see here. Opt. I guess I could put it in the tools prefix. I'm just kind of figuring out how I want to put it, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to build multiple versions of GCC. Also, I should have popped D that. GCC 4.6. GMP 4. Blah, blah, blah. Build, so configure, prefix, opt, I'm just gonna put it in, I guess I can just put it in the tools directory. What else do we have in the lib here? Yeah, you know, we can just put it in the tools directory, because that actually just makes sense. Prefix, opt, tools, gmake, G6, and then we just let that build. Okay. We didn't successfully get GCC 4. We managed to get GMP working, but that was all we managed. So today is the road for GCC 4. I'm just rebuilding GMP right now because I actually want it in a different directory, because I know I found confirmation that that 4.2 can be made to build. 4.6 may be an ask. And we still have to sort out MPFR and MPC. So this is not guaranteed to go. For those new to the project, this is my attempt to build Linux from scratch on top of Windows XP using services for UNIX. There are edited dev streams available for members. They're also on Patreon. Or Discord membership, although the Discord versions are 720p because Discord size limitations suck. But now I have a fully functional, and when I say functional, I mean I don't have audio for it, which kind of sucks. I somehow completely forgot that I needed speakers with this computer, and I don't have a pair here, so that's going to be on my to-hunt list. Actually, now that I'm thinking about that, I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to edit the video because I can't hear the audio output, which kind of sucks. I've also got the stream running at 720p, which hopefully will make it less likely to be broken. We'll see. Hey, Karga Rock 386, I hope you're having a wonderful day. So, yeah, I'm kind of hoping, big kind of hope that this all basically sort of works. I do want to check my video file just to make sure it looks good. Right, I need to pause the recording for that. Alright, stop recording. I have to remember to restart the recording, but this part, yeah, okay, that looks good. All the stream stuff is not in the recording, so that's fine. Alright, recording start. It's a bit quiet. I can fix that. Alright, how's that sound? Is that better? Yeah. And thank you for the heads up, Tracker Soft. So yeah, I've got basically all the major thingamajigs going. Let's see what our view count actually gets up to today. I've discovered that there's a pretty nasty echo in this room that I can't do a lot about. When I actually hold the microphone for recording voiceover, it sounds a lot better, but I can't do that throughout a multi-hour live stream. So, okay, good. I'm glad to hear that sounds good. Yeah, I'm going to have to edit this on my laptop, which is kind of annoying, but so be it. It's not like it's unusual for the way my projects have been going. Alright, thanks for the heads up. It's a little hard for me to hear my own streams. So, currently, we're rebuilding GMP just so I can put it into a less bad install location, because I wasn't really thinking about it when we were doing it last time. I was more concerned on actually getting it to work. Then we have to build MPFR, MPC. We had some test failures with MPFR last time, but that may just because of a 2 new version. So we'll also see. Kargarok 386. Okay, there we go. My desktop machine is a 6-core AMD Ryzen 3600. We're running XP in Hyper-V, so it can take advantage of the faster things. Not that configure benefits from that. Configure is slow no matter what, unless you're running on Linux. But for the actual compilation step, assuming it doesn't hang again, which it was doing a lot, and I'm assuming that problem is going to be somewhat persistent. So yeah, there is that. So checking for unsigned, blah, blah, blah. The joys of watching configure scripts go by. So the plan here is we build the native GCC. If we can successfully build native GCC, we're going to start with then we start building the cross compiler, which is a little easier said than done, but it kind of has to be done. All right, so that's now building the make files. Once we have the next stream, success or fail, I don't know if I'm going to build the cross compiler this stream. This may just be upgrading GCC 4. The next stream, I'm actually going to install an old Linux distribution to give me a test bed. I also think I want to set up Active Directory, and I want to play with the NIS features. I've never actually played with Active Directory NIS before. No, less bad location in this case is I just didn't want it in the GCC 4.6 directory. I may regret where I put it, but I'm kind of flying this one by the seat of my pants. Oh, and there's the first YouTube warning about my internet being complete shit. There's not a lot I can do about that. So, yeah, that's kind of how this one's going to go. Hopefully folks are having a nice Easter weekend. Although I'm not actually sure it's Eastern in the rest of the world, because Greece follows the Orthodox calendar. But there were pretty large celebrations in town that I couldn't stay awake for. I was really annoyed. I was planning on going in, but they didn't start until 9 p.m., and I was falling asleep at 7 p.m., so I just face-planted. I spent most of yesterday I spent Good Friday mostly just... I thought about doing streaming, but I kind of just wanted a day to reflect on stuff, and Open University is closed all of next week, so I have no class or assignments due for the next week. So, I'll probably just be streaming pretty much all of next week. I also, my bike is also getting some repairs, because I bought a new bicycle the other day, and the front tire went flat on it already, which annoys the crap out of me. But fortunately, consumer protection is a thing here in the European Union. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's... I know the calendars differ, it's just I don't know how they are, and my brain is kind of... But, whatever. So, hopefully we get a good view count. Like, I think it's early morning East Coast time. Well, it's 5:30 a.m. in the morning, but these streams go for several hours, so that's fine. We'll see how far we actually get. Yeah, well, it's Julian calendar here. Or not Julian, it's, no, Julian was the old one. That's why Russia used to, until, like, the early 1900s, had to have OS and NS dating because, their calendar was lagging. Okay, Orthodox and Catholic. So it does differ. This year it doesn't matter because it just fell on the same date. Okay, yeah. I remember that coming up in conversation. I just couldn't remember if it was this date or not. Yeah, it has been interesting experiencing, I guess, content warning religion. You know, I was raised Roman Catholic, so seeing, even not speaking the language, just seeing how much difference there is in Orthodoxy is kind of surprising to me. If I understood the language, I'd probably even know more, but my Greek stuff is going very slowly. I have a new channel, Ends Life in Greece, that right now is just my language learning live streams that I've punted off this channel and moved to a different one. But will hopefully in time include more aspects of my life here in Greece now that I'm sort of just getting settled in. It's, I don't know, it's been a very large change, and I'm only starting to kind of get to grips with it, given that, you know, after well, what is effectively five months of being here. Also, I got to experience, I've been trying to get my amateur radio license out of the Greek government, and the Greece have a digitized government system called gov.gr, which is great for accountability. It was specifically implemented to deal with corruption issues. It sucks as far as usability. It's decided that I don't exist, even while it's showing like my national ID number and such, and I'm like, well, this is fun. Now, fortunately, I apparently can talk to an actual human if I go to the administrative capital in the Peloponnese and maybe complain to them about, yes, I exist, yes, I meet the requirements for a Greek amateur radio license. Can I please have license? Because I really do want to do more amateur radio stuff, but without my license, I can't. And I can't use my US one here anymore. So, there are some things I could do, like as long as I used a station based in the United States and it was complete remote, I could get out of it. And there are people who rent stations, but it's like $1 a minute. And it's like, fuck that noise. I don't want to be on radio that badly. So, calendars are fascinating for multiple reasons. Like, but I remember seeing a computer algorithm to calculate the date of Easter, and it's insanity. Hey, Zoli? I guess, I'm hoping you're having a good day in Greece. So, and thank you for becoming a subscriber on the channel. Yes, I've got all the stream notifications working again. That was only halfway annoying to get working. Streamlabs seems to like to losing my settings, but now that I have it on 2 screens, I can look at it and test it a lot easier. The problem is that amateur radio has really become, I hate to use the term the boomer hobby, but the average age of an operator in the United States is like fucking 70. And when I filed my application for transfer of a foreign license for Greece, because there's what the European Union has a standardized set of rules, and my right monitor has decided to fuck off and turn off. That would be nice. I'd love to see. Oh no, it just went into standby. Okay. So what it came down to is when I filed the application number that came back was double digit, which really shows how many people have ever done this. And it was very low double digit. And I'm pretty sure I had the last 3 applications because they've kicked it back twice. They're not directly transferable, but what are known as basically the European Union has what's known as CEPT, which is like Common European Framework for Telephony. So countries that meet CEPT standards, and the United States does, the licenses are designed. It can be. I can use my U.S. license as proof of proof that I know what it takes to operate on radio, and they will grant me an equivalent. Now, here in Greece, there's only two classes. There's the novice class and the advanced class. The United States has three classes: technician, general, and extra. Only the extra license will transfer, so I had to upgrade my U.S. license to extra, so I had to sit a remote exam session and pass that notoriously difficult EE final. But the FCC did give me confirmation that my license is now amateur extra. So now with my amateur extra license, proof of residence in my own name, which has been a 4-month journey to fucking get, and 24 euros, I should be eligible for a Greek radio license. Whether I'll get it still remains to be seen, because this has proven to be a process. So, yeah. Europe it's been a lot of up and downs. Being in rural Greece has definitely made things a little bit more interesting, but my biggest priority right now is I have to get fluent in Greek. So my goal is by the end of the summer, I actually want to hit A1 Greek. I'm at the point that I can read the alphabet. I know probably about 200 words at this point, and I need about 500 for basic Greek. The alphabet was hard. I think I spent a month and a half just getting to the point that I can read the damn thing. So now what comes is vocabulary, some grammar, and onward. I'm pretty sure after about a year of intense study, I'll probably make it to B1 Greek, which at that point, I'll be able to actually like interact with government without help, which will be really nice. Like I said, it's going to be a journey. So my second channel, well, it's not even my second channel, it technically is my third. I will throw a link in chat. I want it linked off the main page. Of course I can't. Here it is. Ends Life in Greece. Yeah, so right now I just have I'm just live streaming on this one. I will do videos on it eventually, but I'm already stretched a little thin, so I'm not trying to build multiple channels at once. Every time I live stream doing Greek on the main channel, I lost 100 subscribers. And when YouTube sees, it's not the subscribers I care about per se. The problem is that when YouTube sees a slump like that, it has an impact on your future content. I've seen that, and a lot of other creators have noted it. So I punted it over to its own channel, which is a little unfortunate because having the 20 or so regulars that show up for whatever I stream is actually helpful because I actually apparently a bunch of my regulars speak Greek. So, yeah. I made that joke a year ago before I realized that I was going to be living in Greece, that it was dealing with the Byzantine bureaucracy, and it turns out the punchline to that joke was not so much a punchline as foreshadowing to my own future. From what I've been told, it's a lot better than what it used to be. After the Greek economic crisis in 2010, the Greek government went on a massive anti-corruption crackdown in government and such, and they digitized everything, mandated the use of cards, receipts, so forth and so on. So, yeah. Yeah, so let's let this run the test suite, just make sure this is not broken between two streams. It shouldn't have. If it has, I'm going to like kind of cry in the corner. So while that's going, we did build MFCR. So let me pull up my computer. So let's get on to GNU's FTP. Let's just try building an older version of MPFR. Come on. There we go. You kind of gotta appreciate that FTP still works with XP. It is a kind of a nice quality of life thing. So let's try. Version from 2009 should be fine. SFU source. Okay, and that's just going to copy in the background. Okay, cool. Tests actually passed. Awesome. XCPNG. I don't know what that is, the silent majority. Orange juice. Yeah, I've heard. Oh, it's not orange juice. It's orange juice. Yeah, I've heard that. It hasn't happened to me yet, but sooner than later is probably the right call. Yeah, I'm not. Windows 11 still has ftp.exe. That surprises me. Currently, we are upgrading the version of GCC on Windows XP from the Microsoft provided 3.3 to ideally 4.6, but I will settle with 4.2. I just don't want to be on GCC 3.3 for building a cross compiler. So, if I can get past that, we're in business. Hey, Jackie the Deer. Your bleat has been registered and will be processed in the order it was received. Alright. Yeah, so it's just running all the tests right now. So yeah, I am curious on how far I'm going to be able to go before we start running into what I will call insurmountable pain. It may be sooner than I expect, but I'm pretty sure it's coming. Probably the next thing I'm going to have to do is set up a netboot server off XP. I want to use the NFS server for something. It just seems neat to have. It's just a matter of using it. And that's also going to require... I mean, maybe I can get away with running old Linux and Hyper-V. I'm not optimistic that's going to work, but I don't know, maybe. I might be able to get 86 box to attach to the Hyper-V network switch. I know VirtualBox can, and that will have a lot less trouble with running old Linux, but question mark no, you do need the service installed. It is within it's not. If you need to basically do that, where that is copying binaries and have it just work as is, you would need Cygwin. Cygwin would be a better solution. The main reason I'm not using Cygwin is there's no way to make it case sensitive in a way that would let me build the Linux kernel. It's not insurmountable because Cygwin does have some support for case-sensitive file systems. I also think if I were to put it on a network share and then set the the OB case sensitivity flag, I think Cygwin would work the way work in a way that would let the kernel build. But this is probably going to be kernel 2.6. Maybe I can squeak out kernel 3.0, but I'm still limited to 2010, 2012 compiler tech at most. So I am questioning how new of a Linux kernel I can actually build. Newer, better, but not holding my breath. I mean, conceivably, I could build a newer GCC cross compiler off an old GCC 4.6, but again, that gets very questionable very quickly, and I don't want to go down the masochistic path of trying to port GCC. It is doable. I think I just hate my life a little bit too much if I actually had to do that. So we will see. Yeah, for the problem is if I was stuck on 3.3, the oldest kernel I could hope to build would probably be kernel 2.4, and that gets painful in multiple ways. Yeah. Yeah, it's not so much that I hate VMware. For one, I just don't really want to cough up that much money for it, A. And B, doesn't it have the same problems that VirtualBox has these days with integration with the Hyper-V hypervisor? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the compiler Microsoft shipped with this thing was new in 2003, which is when services for Unix shipped. And they didn't update it again until services for Unix applications in Windows 7, or maybe the version that was in Vista, but regardless. I kind of want to go with XP for this, because I always had this shitpost idea of doing this on XP back in the day, like, if you got a completely brand new machine from like Asus in 2003 and you wanted to run Linux, but you wanted to build it from scratch, could you do it from XP? Like, could you completely just live off the land? If it's free for commercial use, then I've missed the memo. That seems out of character for Broadcom, but what do I know? Alright, so it's still running the tests. It seems to be quote-unquote okay. This is done copying, which is nice. Yeah, okay, so it looks like the test suites are basically happy. Also, it doesn't seem to be jamming with the -J option anymore, so that's good. So let me open up my little Google Doc here on the other monitor, because now that I have two monitors, I can do that. And I can just jot notes for myself, because when I shut the stream down, I'm going to quickly punch out a script and then edit this stream. Ideally, I will do that before the next stream, but things done. I mean, that's the theory. Who knows if it's actually going to work in practice. Huh, okay, so I apparently missed the memo that VMware is actually free to use. I don't know how easy it would be to export a VM from Hyper-V to VMware, but that's good to know for future projects. That being said, this is, aside from suffering with guest editions, this has actually worked better than I thought it would. And I don't care that much about the UI for guest editions. Like, it just kind of needs to work. I don't need much more beyond that. Yeah, I'd have to look and see what Hyper-V, oh, not Hyper-V, VMware actually says before you have to cough up for license. It's not end of the world bad. It's just kind of irritating. All right, these tests are taking their sweet time to run, but I'm just going to sit here and be patient about it. Like, I really should, when we get the native compiler built, run its test suite, but yeah, okay, so it's going to run these tests. Now, I know we're going to have pain with GCC itself. I know that the upstream tree does not work as is. 4.2 interx 3.5. Let me pull up the bug report on the other screen. So yeah, so there is apparently some known bugs. Let me take a look at the patch report. Okay, build for GCC, all source. Actually, this is a fairly large patch. That's bigger than I was expecting it to be. Problem is, it's not a clean patch. Like, this is changing a lot of things that don't look like they're Interix specific. Some of it is, but like, there's a lot of patch here that doesn't seem like it's necessary. Let me find. Let me see what else we have here that actually makes it work. Here's one that just says it fixes it. Because I'm pretty sure this only needs like a 3-line change. Yeah, like that's a relatively small patch, so I can implement that one easy enough. Because it needs to do add something called GCC WinNT stubs. I can pull this up on the other screen, and I can also make it bigger so you can actually see it. But yeah, so this regression talks about bootstrapping the newer ones, and then it talks about how it basically goes and falls over. So it doesn't look terrible. So let me keep looking at the patch while this continues to grind away, and that's doing more tests. I'm definitely just reading more here. Target milestone, bit priorities, bugs fixed. Configure, bootstrap successfully. Yeah, so it basically just falls over with a crap ton of issues. Also seems that we might need to replace sed. Yeah, okay, so replacing sed is actually one of the next things we're going to need. After applying some hot fixes, shell scripts, NM disabling, you need these hot fixes, which we already have. Shell script error, bunch of warnings. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so it doesn't look like this is going to be terrible. It's just going to be sort of terrible. Also looks like we're going to need to do some hacking to get the C++ compiler built, and that's annoying. Okay, so that's a dead link. Okay, 4.2. Native bin utilities with a patch provided. Oh, good, that's done. So yeah, there is a fair number of patches here that are going to be needed. Hopefully this isn't actually like that terrible, but I'm a little bit not super optimistic. So shared libraries are broken, but we don't care about those because we only care about that for the cross compiler. So yeah, I probably just need to build. Pick code is disabled on InterX. Well, yeah, and then it does a lot. See, that's my concern here is it does a lot of assembly fiddling, which is kind of concerning. Not gonna lie. Like, I don't even know why it's touching stuff in libjava, considering that. Alright, so we'll come back to that in a bit. Alright, so that's going to make install. I'm just reviewing the patch on the other screen. What is currently being talked about? Yeah, I might cross-compile BusyBox to get a minimal Linux system going. I haven't decided how far I'm going to take the Linux system. Like, if I can get it to boot to a shell, I mean, technically speaking, mission accomplished, but who knows? If you're talking about BusyBox W32, that is a rewrite. It won't work for this. That calls Win32 functions. I can't call Win32 functions from within the services from Unix subsystem. So, yeah, it is kind of, this is fine, ... question mark, ... And we're at 94 viewers. Not bad. Not bad at all. I probably should have started streaming later in the day, but I kind of wanted to strike while the iron was hot, so to speak. Yeah, I also think I have to build a copy of patch. I don't think I have patch on the host system. So that's a thing. Alright, so that handles that. So let's grab... Let's grab this version of MPFR. Let's see if it is less happy than the newer version. I'm hoping it will be. All right, let it build. So it looks like there's two separate patches here. One that lets it do shared libraries for like libstd, C++, libffi, which are nice, but don't care about all that much. So I think just doing the minimum one. Yeah, so this is, I think, what the minimum patch is. And yeah, this is a very minimal patch. So hopefully it will just cleanly apply to 4.6, which was the last one that theoretically supported InterX. If not, oh well. We'll do it the hard way. I mean, even if I can get 4.2, it's still a pretty massive upgrade. I'm putting the support libraries in opt tools because I'm going to, if I have to build multiple versions of GCC, those libraries are going to be in a generic path. The actual cross compiler I'm going to move into opt GCC. So, yeah, that is the plan, to make Linux from scratch on XP with services for Unix. It's not a good plan, but it is a plan. So, and then, you know what, once we start getting like to an actual milestone, I'll set the super chat goal. And I think we'll do that is for GCC 4 Hype Squad. Screw it, that seems fun enough. All right, so that's currently building. Because I think for the time being, this is the form my channel is going to take. It's going to be live streams that I'm going to edit into videos. I'm thinking after this project, it's going to be Apple AUX is going to be next. I haven't decided for sure I'm going to do that. I'm not really sure what, if anything, I can do with it. Like, maybe I will... I don't know. Making content on Unix crap is hard. Like, and if you're not covering the... Like, this isn't me shitting on other YouTubers, but one of the big things that I have, with very few exceptions, is like watching vintage tech YouTube. It's, you check out the hardware, which is great, but you never see what those machines were like good for or used for. And that was kind of like when it, like, there's a bunch of YouTubers that have done videos on Apple AUX in the past, but you usually get to see it installed, and that's like about it. Yeah, IRIX, I have a soft spot for IRIX. I even had SGI hardware, which was a little bit painful to give up. But SGI stuff without the video, you know, without the graphical stuff seems really kind of hard. Like, I'm not sure what I would do. Like, maybe set up a newsgroup server, maybe set up mail. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my takeaway. I mean, you know, like, LGR as a channel is mostly... I don't want to say casual, because that's, like, sounds dismissive to LGR, but it's not in-depth on the technology aspect. It's more like the hardware and the history, and, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but standing out on YouTube is one of the big keys to success. I could do Mud Server. Yeah, Cathode Ray Dude does it pretty well. I don't hugely like talking head format, which is basically what his videos are, but that's a me issue. That isn't a problem with his channel. Yeah, I might pick up some old, like, I'm thinking about grabbing like a Book 86 or a Book 386, but I really don't want to go all hands in. I'm getting a bunch of vintage machines, and realistically finding those in Greece, that's going to be hard. I probably could find XP era stuff, and that's about it. Obviously computers existed here, but before that, but vintage anything is going to be hard, and realistically that probably means a trip to Athens, which is like 100 euros with tolls and gas, if I drive. And I don't really know if I want to take like old beige box PC on Catel, which is the national bus system here. Okay, and that is Gmake freezing, because of course it is. Let me just do Gmake 6. Yeah, it's like, that is just like an annoying bug. Sooner or later it'll start going. Silent Majority, I live here now. I'm still waiting for the Greek government to process my residency paperwork, but I have no intention of... my life is here now. you know, Carderock, I mean, I completely agree with you on that. I mean, I've had real motivation troubles with this channel. There's a couple of mainstream stuff, and I use mainstream a bit loosely here. There's a couple of things I can do that make people's attention and, like, does well when I make it, but, like, whenever I do videos on Linux, I am bored out of my mind editing it, and it just becomes a fucking slog. If I'm doing it as a live stream, at least I can interact with chat, and it's less painful for me, but motivation has been a real problem for this YouTube channel, especially because the circumstances of my life have changed so much in the last 2 years, compared to what things were. Alright, let's see if these tests pass, because it wasn't super happy. Like, it was happier with... Once we fixed GMP, MPFR had a 93% test pass rate. I'm hoping the older MPFR actually works, because it conceivably was tested on this platform, or so I hope. Alright, so far so good. Just building all the tests. Yeah, hydration, I do actually have a can of something on the table, but the house water is currently out. They're doing construction near us, and there was a letter that apparently they damaged the water main, so it's currently turned off. There is a backup water cell. There is a well on the property, so we can get water, but that water is non-potable, so I have to boil it before I use it. It wasn't as bad as when I was here, I don't know, like 4 months ago, and it was like a week without. Maybe not that long. I think it was like 3 days, so it was just well water. I had to boil everything, and I think I came out of the shower dirtier than I went in, which is never a fun sensation. I have been to Turkey. One of my all-time favorite memories. I stayed on a guest house on the European side, and I was just sitting there drinking a coffee, and I was watching ships pass through the straits, and it was about as close to a perfect day as you could get. Like, I had arrived in Istanbul. Like, it must have been about 10 p.m. because I had hopped a late-night flight from Lisbon. No, Athens on that one. I only went from Athens to... Yeah, no, that was the same trip. I went from Athens to Turkey. I flew. I could have taken the bus. But I got in, like, at 9 p.m. So by the time I made it into Istanbul proper, it was, like, 10. And I completely could not find my guest house. And I found myself in front of the Blue Mosque. And I looked up, and I remember seeing, like, a flock of birds just circling it. It was... I hate to say the term supernatural, but Istanbul left a very good impression on me. Like, it's a city I would go back to. It's one of the few that I've, like... Sarajevo, Berlin, and... maybe... And I would say Barcelona. Those are the only places in Europe that I've ever really felt any sort of interest in going back. Like, I've been to a lot of Europe before. And, like, my biggest problem with going to Europe is... And I hope this doesn't sound dismissive to the Europeans. It's like, I grew up in New York City. I spent most of my life there. I go to Paris, or I go to most of Germany, and I don't feel like I've actually gone anywhere. Yeah. Also, it looks like the stream is currently stuttering because the internet is dropping packets again. The food is excellent. The food is excellent. Overcrowded is relative. Like, I don't even know how many people live in Istanbul. Like, what is the population? Istanbul population. Okay, so it is actually almost the same size as New York City. It's 15 million, and I believe New York City is 17 million. So it is almost It's almost directly comparable. Yeah. Well, I dropped the stream resolution to 720p. It's still recording in 1080p, but that has certainly helped. I'm a little put out by having to do that because it's not going to look. The video is going to look fuzzy because it's still a 1080p source, but you kind of got to deal with what you got to do. It's not just the Linux kernel; it's the build, the everything. There were multiple reasons why I moved to Greece. But the long and short of it, it's where my life took me, and it's where my life took me, and I am happy for it. I have been. It is a fresh start for as much as you can get that in this day and age. It leaves behind a lot of painful memories I have in the United States. And like, while it isn't the primary reason, the current political situation in the U.S. is also I am very happy I am not there sort of thing. I'm doing a lot better now than I was doing a year ago. Portland was an improvement over where I was living in New Jersey, but I had lived in Oregon before in my life. I knew exactly what I was getting into by moving to Oregon, and I was like, eh. Like, if I could live anywhere in the United States with no other considerations, I'd go back to Alaska. Like, that's a fucking no-brainer in my book. Love the feta cheese, love the gyros. I don't think I've had tzatziki yet, or maybe I have. I've been to Romania. I enjoyed my time in Bucharest. I've been to every country in the Balkans. I've been to Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Kosovo, Montenegro. Took the train from Bar to to Belgrade. I've been to Belgrade twice in my life, and both times I thought it was a dump. 10 years apart. Novi Sad wasn't bad when I was there, though. I've been to Sarajevo. I've been to Zagreb in Croatia. I feel like I'm missing countries. There's Montenegro, North Macedonia. Skopje was interesting. Skopje had some of the best food, and the Millennial Cross was fascinating, but actually getting to the Millennial Cross proved to be very challenging. I've been to Poland, but I only went to Warsaw, and how do I describe it? The city was basically wiped clean in the aftermath of World War II, so you get the sensation that there should be something there that isn't. It was not a happy feeling, but that's the only place in Poland I have been, aside from passing through on train. Yeah. I've been to Budapest a few times. Always loved the food. It's generally like, yeah, Budapest. I've enjoyed Budapest in the past. I've been to Prague. Prague was the only time in Europe I nearly got pickpocketed. I literally caught the woman's hand in my pocket, and I told her that if she didn't let go of my wallet, I would drag her to the cops. And she let go, and I let her be, because it was late at night, and I really didn't want to make a different issue. But that was the only time I've almost been pickpocketed. I've been to Berlin many times, Frankfurt, Dresden, Munich. Never been to Rome somehow. Although that one I'll get easy. That one's easy. I literally just have to take the ferry here. Until I have my national ID card, I can't actually leave the country. Paris Paris was probably the single most disappointing place I went to. I did not like Paris, but I get that sensation in quite a few other places. I feel like I haven't. I feel like I'm trading out. You know, most of Western Europe was rebuilt by the Americans as part of the Marshall Plan after World War II. A lot of them feel like an American city to me. Now, that part of that's because I'm from New York City, which is the only place that is conceivably a European-style city in North America. Like, we have trains, and they work. So, it's kind of a mixed bag for me. When I go to when I'm in Eastern Europe, I do feel like I've actually, like, gone somewhere. And it's not, like, cut and dry. Like, when, like, Berlin, I definitely feel like I am not a long way from home, but only when I'm in Eastern Berlin. Western Berlin, it's like, meh. But Berlin has always been an interesting place to visit for me, so it's what it is. Like, being in Shanghai, I didn't feel like I was as far away from home as I would think, given I was, at Shanghai. Similar for Beijing, I really enjoyed seeing the Forbidden City. Ulaanbaatar was probably the single time I really felt like I was in a different land. That's the capital of Mongolia. Even Addis Adelaide I didn't feel like I had gone so far versus when I was in Mongolia. It's a large city, and it's a large city is largely Western in nature. The difference does not feel very large to me. Like, there are many small differences. I also remember it being brutally hot and expensive. Like, money disappears in France faster than anywhere else in Western Europe from my travel experiences. I haven't been to the Netherlands per se. I've run through Schiphol a few times, but I never actually made it out of the airport. So that was a memory fault core dumped, but it's the random number generator that quit, but that's looking a lot happier. I've been to about 50 something countries at this point. I don't remember the exact count. Well, that's optimistic. I mean, it's quite possible it was doing that before, but, yeah, that's a fair number of test failures. And, of course, the debugger is completely useless. We've tried it multiple times now. Yeah, I mean, I've traveled almost the full length of the Trans-Canada Highway. I've actually stood on... I've been to St. John's, which is the easternmost extreme point of Canada. When you're in St. John's, you are actually geographically closer to London than you are Vancouver. I've driven to and from Alaska 3 times, and I've been out to Anchorage and most of the state. Probably a half dozen... No, yeah, that actually sounds about right, about a half dozen more. I've spent a lot of time in Alaska. I left my heart there. I lived in Portland. I spent a fair bit of time in Texas and Florida. I don't know if I'd say I lived there, but yeah. My old job was completely remote, so I could just take it with me when I did, but I hated that job so much that quitting it, despite the travel flexibility, was the right call for my life. But realistically, as long as you are smart about it, 7 out of... you know what? It's probably good enough. Yeah. Alright, I'm just going to call that good, and we're just going to pretend that's not actually a problem. And hope it actually isn't a problem. Because if that is a problem, I'm going to have a SAD. So let me, while that's doing make install, let me go get MPC. Like, let me go get a period correct version of MPC. which I may already have. Details. Oh, maybe I don't need MPC for this version of GCC. I'll run... We'll install it and we'll see what happens. Robert, a lot of my moves were forced upon me from circumstances. I came from a broken home, and that was kind of the inevitable consequence. And towards the mid-end of my 20s, I don't know of the words crisis of faith, but I felt like there was something fundamentally wrong. Not just myself, but I felt like, is this a problem with me, or is this a problem that exists within the United States and to a lesser extent the world as a whole? So I traveled pretty extensively looking for those answers. In Central America, I found some of what I was looking for. In Alaska, I found others. While I went to China originally for work, I went back several other times, and it eventually... It's hard to sum it up into words. Like, I want to write a book of my life at some point, but the problem is I don't know what message I'm trying to say. And I don't even know how many people would actually even be interested in reading it. So that's built, and it mostly works. Alright, so let's go build. Nope, that's Faustius. This is just Windows XP running services for UNIX. So yeah, we do need to do SAD. So well, it's not so much that it has to have a message, but how do I want to put this? Like I said, I've had a long sensation that something was very fundamentally wrong in the United States. To some extent... Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It is possible that MPC isn't actually required for this version of GCC. That requirement may have come later. Alright, let me grab GCC. If I have to go up a version of GMP, so be it. Hopefully it doesn't complain too much. Configures the slog on any platform not called Linux. It's just because the fork system call is slow. Linux has a very optimized fork, and compared to running it on Cygwin, it's still a lot faster, and that's actually going to take a few minutes to download. All right, so we'll just let that download. XP's terminal can be resized. It's 2000 that has the problems. I just bumped the font up really big. So yeah, getting back to what I was talking about, it was like this sensation that something was fundamentally wrong. But the problem is, I didn't know if it was me or things in general. At that point in my life, I had lived on both coasts, and I had already lived in 4 states. You know, throughout my childhood, I had a very disrupted one because of circumstances of life. But I had lived throughout New England, I had lived in New York City, and I lived in Portland, Oregon. I also spent a year up in Alaska. And the sensation that something was wrong would not leave me. And I remember being up in Alaska, I drove along the Dalton Highway, which is basically the haul road that goes all the way up to the Arctic Ocean and follows the transatlantic pipeline. And it's like you're literally watching where the oil comes from, and you're seeing it cut through the mountains, cut through the trees, and it had there was a it almost felt like, you know, you're seeing, how do I want to put this, we're going this far to extract stuff from the ground for what, you know, smartphones, computers, quote, modern civilization, but at what cost? And you know, when you're in Central America, you get to see the effects of American imperialism and the Monroe Doctrine directly firsthand. Now, I didn't make it to South America. I had intended to go, but it just didn't happen for reasons. But you see enough there that you kind of start getting it. And then I went and did some long driving down in Mexico, and basically everyone who knew me who was American freaked out at that notion. Meanwhile, I had less trouble in Mexico than I had in quite a few other places in the world. Not that I would recommend driving in Mexico, but I actually thought driving on the Autobahn was scarier than driving in Mexico. And when 2016 and the first Trump administration came to office, it felt like, yeah. But I wasn't in a situation where I could either leave the US or do anything about it. And I was not in a good state in that period of my life. I don't remember those years very fondly. And it's kind of like I had reached the limit of the questions I could ask, and I had not been able to come to an answer about it. A few years so when what it ultimately had culminated in was I had to find the human limit. I had to know what I was actually capable of, because I have had chronic health issues throughout my entire life. And I fall into the category of what you have exists and there is no treatment for it, and that's what chronic sleep disorder life is like. So, yeah. Okay, so I did take a Ford Focus up to 200 kph. That was fun. Driving back from Dresden to Berlin at night was a lot less fun. I think I got behind a lorry and I just stayed at 80 kilometers an hour all the way back to Berlin. Porsches will tailgate you if you don't go 250 miles an hour. Meanwhile, in the right lane, the trucks are limited to, I think, 80 or 90. So yeah, it is an exciting for all the wrong reasons. And the road quality was actually pretty terrible. I've been on interstates that had better road quality than the Autobahn. I was actually kind of shocked at how miserable it was. It wasn't a matter of looking for like-minded people. You're looking for different points of view, Robert. If you're trying to find like-minded people, you end up in an echo chamber. And, like, one of the things that always caught me the most is I went to both the National Museum, the National Palace Museum, I think that's what it's called, in Berlin. No, that's the one in Taiwan, and its counterpart in the mainland. Because when the Republic of China fled to Taiwan, they took as many of the cultural treasures as they could with them to Taiwan, and those are in the National Palace Museum in Taipei. The other half of the collection is still in mainland China. And so you also hear the things like you hear the PRC view of the ROC and hear the reverse. And then you also know the third side of that story, which is coming from listening to, you know, Western tales of Chinese history. And it really comes to show you that if you want to find out something, you have to listen to all points of view on it. And even then, you're still going to have blind spots. It's not possible for one person to know everything. You know, even if you know, it's helps if I could type the command correctly. There we go. All right, let's let that extract. Like one of the things that always caught me being in Alaska is that it felt like that everyone in Anchorage, it was either people from the lower 48 basically running away from something, or people that were working for the oil companies. Like there was no real middle ground. Of the native Alaskans, you know, the ones that were born there, the vast majority of them seem to want to be able to migrate to the lower 48 or the outside because Alaska doesn't have a whole lot going for it as far as the local economy goes. It honestly feels much closer to a colonial economy because essentially anything that's made in Alaska, it's raw resources that get shipped down to the lower 48 for refinement and then come back up through the highway. So they get sold back to the local population at, quite frankly, obscene prices. Like it sounds a lot about what I've heard of descriptions of colonial economics in Africa, even though Alaska is a full state and has representation in Congress and such. But, you know, population being what it is, it only has the two senators and three representatives. All right, so the first thing I want to check is if this actually needs MPC as a dependency. Because if it does, then I'm going to have to upgrade GMP, and we kind of have to hope it works. If not, well, then I spent a bunch of time doing that. It's, yeah. Well, I mean, to put it a different way, how many Americans actually travel? I mean, USA First is a popular slogan line, you know, the idea of American exceptionalism. Um, you know, both my parents were extremely successful. My father was successful in spite of circumstances. He was in exile from Cuba. And it's due to, you know, it's due more to the embargo than anything else that I can't know that part of my heritage. I can get close to it. I can go to other colonial, Spanish American colonial things, but the embargo prevents me from going to Cuba. It's not a problem with the for the Cuban government. It is a problem for the U.S. government. And it's like that was a major thing in my life for a long time. It's still kind of a sore point because as long as I'm a U.S. citizen, the embargo applies to me. Um, I've also been to Hawaii, and Hawaii was depressing. It's about the only thing I can say about the place. And that was before it got really bad. Like Hawaii's dealing with obscene cost of living crisis, partially because all the billionaires keep buying land there, and partially because um, by an act of Congress, due to what's known as the Jones Act, only American flagged shipping can service between the mainland, the United States mainland, and Hawaii. So imports in Hawaii are obscene in how expensive they are. Like it gets up to like $12 a gallon of milk. I saw that in Alaska, but at least Alaska has the justification that it is very far away from everything. American shipping is not competitive with the rest of the world because cost of living standards and, you know, American, you know, race to the bottom. I haven't been to Australia. I definitely, after I left my old job, I really wasn't in a position to travel all that much, but I did feel like for what I got, so be it. right, so now we're just waiting for GCC to extract. So while we're waiting for GCC to extract, I probably need to put this patch somewhere and hope it applies cleanly. It doesn't look terrible to apply by hand if I actually have to do that. I just don't want to do that. Yeah, like this doesn't look terrible to build. So this is apparently the minimal patch I need. So I don't think I have patch. And I need a command line. That's still extracting. Not that we're going to build the Java compiler, but we kind of get it. American citizens cannot enter Cuba, except under a license. If there was... the restrictions got a little looser under Obama, but not by much. To make a long story short, the answer is no. Even though I am I'm half Cuban, I would be in violation of the embargo if I went. On top of that, there's no diplomatic protection for Americans in Cuba, and there are some reasons why I'm a little bit... It's a pain point in my life there isn't much I can do about. I just have to kind of accept it for what it is. Like, a lot of my family thinks I was out of my mind for it, but, you know, when you look at the United States and you're questioning what the hell is going on here, and then you have to look and see what's going on with the embargo, you know, it's my personal cross to bear. I didn't see the unable to create messages. That's a little concerning. If that is actually a problem, which, you know, it might be, you know what? I'm going to Control-C this. I'm going to send this to dump log. Alright, I guess I need to unzip it first. Well, that's going to take a bit. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I wanted. The embargo only applies to American citizens, but the only way... as long as I am an American citizen, the embargo applies regardless if I live here or if I don't live here. As for just getting a Greek passport, I would have to live here for 11 years. What? Does it dump that to std error? Oh, wait, hold on. I know. Let me get rid of the -v, and we're just going to have to do advanced thumb twiddling, and we'll see if there's any sort of errors. Yes, the U.S. government has overthrown a lot of governments in Central America. They did worse in South America, but it did happen in Central America. A lot of the crisis on the American southern border is kind of the end results of those actions coming home to roost. Because it turns out if you support a dictatorship for 30 to 40 years, you kind of destabilize the region, and then you get what is currently happening, and it... Yeah. I haven't been to New Zealand. Metalhead 33, I legitimately don't know. I honestly could not tell you at this point. It is a felony. It is a felony for an American to visit Cuba without a license. It is, I believe it's imprisonable by 3 years in prison or a fine of, it's a big fine. Like, we're talking high 5 digits. It's not a small one. And it is enforced. On top of that, there's additional reasons why I would not just do it. Metalhead 33, I like I said, at this point, I cannot say. It's currently a hypothetical, and I've got a couple of years to think on it. Like I said, if a lot of Americans do it and get away with it, but I legitimately, it is what it is. I don't know how we got on this topic. I'm just kind of letting my idle thoughts ramble. I mean, one of the things that's been on my mind is, where the hell are we going as a society? I'm not talking just like the United States. It's like, one of the big things that was really difficult for me working at my old job is it was like, it felt like senseless work that didn't do anything. But that's been like the norm for, I don't know. I'm trying to put my thoughts into, it feels like, I guess the way I would describe it best is, it feels like something is fundamentally broken with society. And I'm not like talking about inequality and such, it's more than that. It's like, feeling incredibly powerless within your own life. Like, what decisions can the average individual make these days? I'm a millennial. I'm at the tail end of it, but I am a millennial. And it's like, in my lifetime, having a house, having anything in the United States was just damn near impossible. And I had a job. I had a fairly well-paying job. I did a lot better than my classmates. And if I was willing to just stick with it and stick my soul in a blender, I would probably, I probably would have had I probably wouldn't have been able to retire, but I'd be in a better position than a lot of millennials and Gen Z are these days. But the idea of even starting a family was like, what would I have kids being born into? It was, I have gone throughout my entire life finding a senseless society, and that seems to be more, it's like people consume stuff like, buy bigger, that's a fun error. I wonder if the path is too long. If it's just the Java stuff we don't care about. If it blows up on the C++ stuff we do care about. Yeah, that is directory errors. I don't know why. It might be it's too long. But because this is BSD tar, and I've seen old tars fall over trying to extract GCC in the past. As long as it's only Java, I don't care. Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy, when we talk about greater good, what is greater good? Like, I was a volunteer firefighter for a couple of years. I found that work very rewarding, and I may have even been able to have actually gone into a fire academy had I really put my mind to it. But at the end of the day, it's like very tiny paycheck, never would have been able to afford a family, yada yada yada. I was working at a white collar tech sector job, and I still couldn't even consider it because, like, if I had saved every little cent I got, I might have been able to afford a house in 5 years. But it just felt empty. It felt meaningless. So, and, I found that with multiple jobs that I worked. It's like, you look at what's going on, I was in Vancouver about a year ago, and I was on the SkyTrain, and I was just looking out the window. I kind of make a point not to. I carry my cell phone, but I try not to use it when I'm just. Unless I actually have to use it, like for Google Maps and such. And I remember just looking out on the train car, and literally everyone had AirPods on, was staring into a phone. It was like an active and conscious effort to avoid talking to other human beings. And it's like, what am I seeing here? And this isn't a universal thing, like, but it's like we've lost touch with our fellow man. Like, I remember when I was much younger, I used to commute on the railways in New York City. I remember having quite a few conversations. Sure, there was plenty of people reading a newspaper, but it wasn't like everyone was staring into phones. Yeah, Jeremy, I understand that, but like when I was a line firefighter, I did get a lot of satisfaction out of my life out of that. Hey, Alex HR0, thank you for the $15 Polish Zloty super chat. It's greatly appreciated. It doesn't matter. It's going. I have the /V flag off because I just want to see the errors. As long as nothing else errors out, I'm not going to be concerned about it. Yeah, I mean, Abab, I actually agree with that. Like, about 2 years ago, I had a singular moment that could be described as perfect clarity. It was like someone had struck me with a bolt of lightning. As I mentioned earlier, in 2020, I decided to try and bike across the United States. Unfortunately, I started that project in 2020, so no points in guessing how that ended. But before I was forced to call it due to the pandemic, I did make it across the state of Florida. And it was to figure out what the human limit was. Like, but okay. Alleged to what flag? Like WW Carabal, I don't get what you're talking about. Klaus, thank you for the $5. Wait, did you become a member? It just says you donated $5. I don't know where that donation went to. Oh, are you talking about doing Pledge of Allegiance to the flag in school? Oh yeah, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem. Those are libraries we care about. Shit, that might actually be an RPAF problem. Yeah, okay. Whoever caught that error originally, good catch. Let me see if I can figure out what the actual problem is. I gotta wait for this to control C out. No, but it will fail because the configure script is going to try and configure those directories, and I do kind of want to run the test suite. So can I, let me see if I can actually make the directory. Of course, there's no fucking key shortcuts for this. Yeah, that actually made the directory. Well, let's see if it actually exists. Yeah, chat, that exists. That's tar shitting itself. That is legitimately tar shitting itself. Okay, that's going to the dump folder. We need to build a new tar then. Which I've already tried to do before and failed, but I guess we have to do. I guess I actually have to get that to work. So we need a version of tar that is not garbage. I'll talk about that in a moment. Let me get the next build going because I need to actually like be dialed in here for a little bit. Let's try a version of tar from 2009. Yeah, like, let's see here. Yeah, it's just incremental versions. I don't need, like, a super modern one. I just need one that can handle long file paths. Oh, there was a lot of versions of tar in that year. So let's try 1.22. And I'm going to note that. So downgrade NPR. Couldn't build MPC. Might not be required. Couldn't extract GCC, needed to build new tar, of course. Okay. Okay, G unzip. Yeah, I mean, it was I mean, the services for Unix didn't have a path problem, so I remember this specifically being a tar issue in the past, because I've run into this one on Solaris. And the version of tar is from basically the right period. Okay. It kind of is. Alright, so configure, prefix, opt, tools, program, prefix, G. Let's see if this will actually fucking build. I really don't... Rebecca, sorry, Reese's stuff. I kind of don't want to hunt down a copy of 7-zip for... 7-zip. It also won't work with symlinks, although I don't know if there's any in GCC. It will matter for the Linux kernel. And honestly, this feels like the easiest way to handle it. So going back to the Pledge of Allegiance, that was that came around due to fighting communism, basically. It was basically a way to try and keep people loyal to the nation. I mean, that was a lot of the U.S. policy back when the Soviet Union was a fucking thing. Like, you don't even think about it as a kid. We just would stand there, we would do Pledge Allegiance to the flag, and then go on. But, you know, there is this kind of idea that there is a loyalty to the state. My grandmother was all about that. And, like, you support, like my grandmother used to go on, is you don't, you know, once the election's over, you support whoever wins no matter what. And she died well before the current Trump era, but, you know, a lot of people have that mindset. Like, morality doesn't exist when it applies to authority figures. I was actually reading the book Moral Politics that kind of talks about this at length. Like, the view of the authoritarian model, that authority cannot be disputed, you just accept it and go with it, which is essentially what right-wing... I'm not far right, but what right-wing politics are. And then you have a more nurturing model, which is essentially what left-wing politics are. And then if you take those to their extreme, you end up with dictatorship and communism, or it's kind of sort of... But if you take them to their logical extremes, you end up with far-right ideologies. Oh, so program prefix equals G. That just installs it as gtar. Yeah, it just installs it as gtar. And as a reminder, if you want to catch up with these projects, members do get access to the edited live streams as soon as I get to edit them. Okay, there we go. I'm running on an AMD Ryzen. It's just configure is always fucking slow. Configure is always fucking slow because it does fork and you can't parallelize configure. So we're just kind of sit here doing advanced thumb twiddling. No, we're building the tools so we can extract the GCC tarball. We haven't actually gone that far yet. Alright, as soon as this finishes, I'm going to type gmake, and then I'm just going to step away from keyboard for 5 minutes. I honestly, I kind of just enjoy it as a shitpost, because, I'll be honest, doing anything on modern Windows, like, services for Linux is great for a usability standpoint, but it's about as boring as it gets, because it's really just Linux running in a Hyper-V container and has nice integration with Windows Console. Yeah, we're going to build GCC, then we're going to build GCC as a cross-compiler, and then we're going to cross-compile an entire Linux subsystem. Microsoft shipped a copy of GCC 3.3. The problem is that 3.3 is a little bit too antique to do anything useful with, unless I wanted to build kernel 2.4. And I'd still have to get a cross-compiler out of Microsoft's fun. Or Microsoft's patches. And I really don't want to do that. If I can just build generic 4.6 or 4.2, everything gets a lot less miserable. I'm not convinced Ninja actually solves a problem even with Make. The only thing it kind of speeds up is dependency resolution. But that's just because people think monorepos are a good idea, and I understand the logic. I kind of disagree with it, because monorepos suck if you want to have modularity. And modularity you kind of care about when you want to be able to break a build into individual units, but for people like Google that can afford stupidly good hardware, so be it. Hey, thank you for the $2 super chat, Pious Bird. It does help. We are slowly making the little bar of my April streaming goal become reality. No, we are actually going to be cross-compiling Linux from Interx. I just need the utilities to make it happening. Yeah, Linux subsystem version 1 I thought was much more interesting technologically. I can understand why they dumped that approach, but I also feel kind of sad for it. And I have no idea why it's checking for the French language. Maybe it's determining if it's eligible to live in Quebec. I mean, I can live without X. Even if we're just limited to a command line system, that's good enough for me. I'm not quite sure. I mean, my thought is maybe trying to run the system diskless off services, off Windows XP and services for Unix. There should be nothing stopping me from building a DHCP server, a TFTP server, and pixie booting another VM. Is it done yet? So it's checking all the syscalls. It's looking at the linker. Okay, configure status. Now hopefully this just fucking builds. I literally feel like I'm on a bicycle going, you know, like pedaling real hard to make this go. I'm going to stretch my legs while that builds, and hopefully it builds. Also, I just got an out-of-memory error from Google Chrome, which, that's slightly concerning. What is my host memory system looking like right now? Because memory on this system, you should not be running out of memory. And the creator panel does not want to load again. Please tell me something is not memory leaking. Yeah, my memory usage is fine. Oh, okay. There's chat coming back. Very slowly coming back. Hopefully my internet is not completely keeling over right now. No, my internet seems fine. That's... Wow, my browser is loading very slowly. Why did this fail to build? Write error. What, is it out of disk space? No. Why was there a write error? Is the host system out of disk space? Oh, that could have happened. Oh, and considering how slow this is running. No, I have 159 gigs free on the host system, and I can free up a bunch of space right now, so that shouldn't be the issue. Why the hell was there a write error? That doesn't make a fucking lick of sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a major session of... yeah, I'm gonna have to do a major session of clean crap off this system. Yeah, that is running really fucking slow. Well, that time it built. That was strange and a little concerning, but okay. I'm moving some stuff over to the RAID just to free up disk space. Because I should have, like, a bunch of crap here that I don't actually need. Let's see here. Size. Yeah, all that can... I'm pretty sure I can delete that, but I need to look at it before I actually delete it, just to figure out what the hell it is. So that can just all get punted onto the RAID as... Yeah, I'm just going to put that in... Junk, probably to be deleted. Paste. Alright, yeah, that's going to free up almost a full 100 gigs once that's done. Not that I'm, like I said, I'm not that worried about disk space, but kind of slightly concerning. Okay, yeah, oh, it's doing the install step. Well, I can always add more disk space. It's not that big of a deal. Also, it's probably my internet is stuttering a little bit. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to add another drive. That's not end of the world. I believe Windows NT supports, XP supports resizing, although question mark on how easy that is to actually do in practice. Do I have a mount command? I don't have a mount command. Okay, so do I have gtar? I do have gtar now. So now that I have gtar, let's try this again. All right, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a minute. We'll see if this errors out again. Well, that didn't seem to have fixed it. Wait, did I use the wrong tar? Did I use the wrong tar? Why did my screen just cut out? I did use the wrong tar. I'm very smart. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, I did manage to build NetHack. So, alright. I'm going to stretch my legs while I wait for this to extract. I'm here. Yeah, I think it's more just my internet comes and goes. I'm using the 5G connection and not the house internet because it's more reliable than the house internet. And while that goes, I'm going to go see what the pressing state of the world is on the news. I'm probably going to regret this because I'm actually in a good mood, but if you want to be depressed, looking at our world news is a good way to do it. Aside from Canadians voting today, it's... Yeah, no, it's basically just the same old, same old. Yeah, well, I removed the /V's just so we see the errors, because I don't actually care what it is or isn't extracting. We just need to let it run. Apparently, the out-of-memory errors are contagious. This feels like the perfect lead-in to like a SoftRAM sponsor plug if they were still around. But no, I actually have morals, and I'm not financially. I'm in a lot better situation than I was even a year ago. So it's like I don't need to sell my soul for YouTube sponsor money. I can just get what I get from ads and Patreon supporters. So, while we're currently watching Black Tar Box extract, yeah, I'm probably going to have to make a second disc and stick it on here. I'll probably put it on the RAID. It's spinning Rust, but it shouldn't matter that much. Like, the performance is going to suck, but the performance is going to suck no matter what I do. What were you listening to? Carga Rock 386. Wow, I'm having trouble with pronunciations today. The fact is that the web browser has become what Java should have been, but it does it badly and is slow and unoptimized. Like, there's been a lot of efforts to make JavaScript not suck, for better or be worse, but you know, it's like the internet has become so bloated compared to what it was even 10 years ago. And what have we actually gained out of that? Like, yeah, YouTube and media have gone better because we have more bandwidth, but you know, it just feels like computers get faster and then everything else takes up more memory. And it honestly feels like it never gets better. It's like... Yeah, let me look at what my system, what we're doing for memory. I mean, it's... Yeah, as far as memory goes, I am using 20 gigs. And most of that is coming from... Streamlabs is using 2 gigs. Subsystem for Linux is using 1.5 gigs. And Chrome is using 2 gigs. Oh, yeah, no. It does look like the browser tab that is got the Stream UI in it might have a memory leak. Because, you know, that's good. I mean, when was the last time you heard anyone that have like an optimistic view on things? You know, even if you talk to people that are supportive of the current administration, you still hear about, you know, things are getting worse and so forth. It's like, when was the last time you heard anyone optimistic about the fucking future? And maybe that just deals with my own little social circle, but it feels like it's a universal view in a lot of ways. Like, the vast majority... Yeah. Flash Player in a lot of ways was great technology that had the misfortune of being owned by Adobe. Well, I mean, and part of it comes down to is that everything has to be in Sandbox, and you only can use the APIs that Google lets you. Like, we don't see innovation. You know, like, someone was mentioning, I think the project's called Raspberry or something, like, to build a new rendering engine from scratch. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like even with free and open source stuff like Linux, we have less control of our systems than we did 10 years ago. I mean, you do it System D's way or you don't do it at all. I don't think Opera GX would help. God knows I've seen enough ads for Opera GX. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Chromium-based browser. They don't even use Presto anymore. Well, so far, no errors on extracting. But, I mean, this is kind of the point I'm getting to, is, like... Technology doesn't feel like it's gone any better. I don't feel like it's improved our lives. I mean, if anything, I feel like technology has made our lives on the whole worse. I mean, you know, public spaces have just vanished. I mean, and that's... there's some here in Greece, but, you know, in the United States, like, where the hell was the last time you saw a public space? Like, Starbucks, maybe? Where you have to pay for a $7 fucking cappuccino? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, NiCal, I remember NiCal, and it was like a really, we looked at using NiCal when we were building FTL for, at Mixer. WebRTC was the winning solution, but I had real concerns on getting WebRTC to work, and even getting a working prototype of one-to-many, RTC streams was hard, to say the least. I mean, 70-year-old vampire, I completely agree with that. It's like, I opened the start menu on Windows, and how many ads... Like, actually, you know what? I'll count it up right now. I opened the start menu... Oh, yeah, no, I think I actually turned off all, like, the stuff. But when I opened it earlier, it was, oh no, it was this one. It's like you click the button here and you get like, you see the markets, you see the news. ABC News, diver has large encounter with sunfish. Yeah, that was one of the roosters. I'm surprised you could hear that on stream. They are soon to be going off to the place where birds go before they become dinner. Because the birds aren't actually ours. They're one of the neighbors. But that's about to leave us with an empty chicken coop, so probably one of the videos I'm going to do on N's life in Greece is quite literally the process of hatching out a bunch of chicken eggs. I just have to actually find a place to get fertile eggs here in Greece. And an incubator. I didn't do the V because I only want to see the errors. Yep. Yeah, birds are being a little bit of a cocky bastard right now. Like, in my sociology classes that I'm taking, you know, I read a quote from the head of the MIT Tech Lab. And this quote was from the 90s, how it talked about digital technology empowering us, the decentralization allowing for conversations to happen across the world, so forth and so on. And it was a very optimistic view of it. And to an extent that did exist in the 90s. Like, I remember reading a lot of commentary on Slashdot. I both ran and was active on many web forums. I even occasionally stuck my toe on Usenet. And these days, like, all those communities have been replaced with, like, Reddit. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I play, you know, like, games have their individual forums, but, like, because I was, like, active on Bay 12 forums for a long time. But, I mean, these days, I feel like if you want a community for something, you either have to find a niche form utility, or you're going to be using Reddit. Yep. WebRTC is the worst combinations of telephony and video. Like, I'm astounded that it shipped in the state it did. And I literally wonder what went wrong in the design process. It literally feels like they wanted to connect, like, IP phones directly to the web browser, and that may have been the intent. Because it uses the SIP protocol to do session initiation, but there's no way you could get that to work with a unmodified smartphone. You could conceivably make it work with an asterisk intermediary, but I'm not convinced that anyone's actually done that. Yeah, like, and Malti, I mean, to take that further, I now fucking get ads in Discord. Like, when I built this channel, I knew I wanted a community to go with it, not just passive viewership, because I get a lot of good information from, like, chat viewers, people, you know, comment section, and so I made a Discord for the server because, honestly, fuck IRC. I know IRC is still held onto, but every time I've tried something like Riot, Matrix, and even Mastodon, I just walk away with disappointment. Like, I run my own Mastodon server, and I have just come to be like, this is garbage. Hey, look, that actually extracted without a fucking problem. So that was actually just a tar problem. So the question I have here, do you actually need MPC? Yes, so you do actually need MPC. So that means I need to upgrade MPFR. No, sorry, I have to upgrade GMP. We have to go up a version. Ever get the sensation it's literally like 3 steps forward, 1 step back? So it said that I believe the minimum that it wanted was 231. Minimum version is 432. We already know GMP5 will not build. It will error out badly. So, let's try 432. But it seems like there should be later versions of that. Hold on. MPC 103 configure. .432 is the minimum version. I really don't feel like I'm going anywhere fast. And then we gotta build this one and test it and hope it all fucking works. I mean, if I use older GCC, it's less problems. Theoretically, at least now I can do gchar. Hey, yeah, cool, fuck, that actually works. That's actually nice. I remember running a yeah, I remember like I didn't really like fucking Discord because of the discoverability issues, but I like it better than Slack, but like I've kind of regretted building a community on Discord because Discord has become such a fucking train wreck of a platform. And now I gotta wait for this to go. Well, Firefox has been removing usable features for a long-ass time. 4.6 was the last one that supported Interx in the tree. It might be able to build it 4.7 with enable obsolete. Alright, while we wait for that to build, why don't we also grab sed, because we're going to need that one. Because the system sed apparently does not work. So we'll just add that onto the list of crap we need to build. Let's grab a version from... Yeah, that works. Alright. I'm actually going to just do multiple builds in series because screw it. I don't have to. We have a fully functional battle station. All right, GCC 4.6. Yeah, it was available for Itanium, and it was available for AMD 64. I mean, I'm just kind of doing this for shits and giggles factor, because, you know, it's like, I could spend a lot, time documenting old, weird, vintage tech on YouTube, but I feel like I don't accomplish anything by doing that. At least for this, I get some entertainment out of, because I kind of find it interesting to do, but it's like... Yeah, the Itanium version, I think the Itanium Windows 7 version, or not Windows 7, Vista or Server 2008, I think I've seen that one on the Internet Archive, but the version for XP is MIA. No one archived it. Yeah, I mean, that's true 700-year-old vampire. I have 140 people watching this stream right now. And, that's not nothing. I mean, let's be honest. I know from experience that most channels never get to like 1,000 viewers. I've got I'm approaching 50K. Granted, I haven't been working on the channel all that hard in the last year just because life has legitimately kind of sucked. Reese's stuff, I'm not replacing the root. I'm building Linux from it. The problem is I need some additional utilities to actually do that. I'm only installing what I actually need, not anything else. I mean, like, if I just wanted to play with services for UNIX, I could install Apache stuff. Yeah, the Nico, I could have just used that, and maybe in hindsight I should have, but I think it makes for more interesting content that I kind of need to live off the land on this one. As of right now, I have not ran any code for this project. I will probably have to, at some point, write some, but right now it's literally just me building stuff and doing stuff with configure. I have not enjoyed doing coding in a long time. Like, I legitimately don't know. From what I can tell, Microsoft meant this as the migration path to get SunOS and HP Unix, so you could migrate to a Windows host, and it probably would work okay in that use case. It's not like I have a good way to test that. So, yeah. Gabriel Pativa, thank you for the... I don't know what R2 is. R $ is. I'm assuming that's... It would be Romanian. Romanian is Euro, like... I actually don't know what currency that is. Oh, it's Brazilian reals. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Okay. So we're multi-threading our configures. Nope, this is services for Unix. This is not services for Linux. It's basically an extension of the original POS6 environment, but it has no binary compatibility with anything else. I could do something with Java 2 Enterprise Edition. I could set up JBoss, but what application would I run on it? I don't really feel like coding one. J2ME. I thought Romania had joined the Eurozone. I can easily be wrong about that. All right. So that's doing said stuff. All right. So let me mark this in the script. I'm also probably going to have to go grab Patch, because I don't think I have Patch. Oh, I do have Patch. Okay, cool. That makes my life a little easier. So that gives me sed, which means now as soon as GMP is done compiling, we're in business. theoretically. I still have to actually get the patch file. So why don't I, like, you know, do that now? HTTP server 800. Okay, that's going. We might also need Bison and Flex. I'm really hoping we don't need Bison and Flex, but I'm not holding my breath on that one. Okay, so that's making install. Because this one needs to be a replacement for the system SAD. That's an interesting warning message. I'm just going to kind of assume it's all good and continue from there. It's interesting that these errors are also showing up here. Like, that's concerning. Is there a check? Couldn't flush STID in. Couldn't... Yeah, that's a slightly concerning message. Doesn't seem to have broken anything, although the fact that this one started using the new SAD halfway through the build, yeah, see, it's still going. All right, it's running make check. Yeah, there we go. Check test. So that's going. Yeah. The weird floating point issues were resolved by downgrading the library to a version that was, quote, less broken. Not convinced that it actually is, but so be it. I'm assuming it's trying to read STID in and then read the buffer out, but it is passing its test cases, so I'm guessing it seems to be just a cosmetic issue. So to build a GCC cross compiler, I have to build it with what is effectively the same version of GCC. I need a native compiler that's the same version. There is some flexibility in that. It's not a hard and fast rule. But if I basically need GCC 4.6 for Interix to build a GCC 4.6 cross compiler. Yeah, it seems to be a completely harmless error. Well, streams are buffered on UNIX. I have no idea why it's trying to flush it. Presumably so it has a clean input. Yeah, it's still running tests. Uh-oh. That one's a fail. That may be a problem with the TR utility, though. So if it's only one failure... Nope, that one... Alright, that was expected fail. The help one failed. It's only 3 failures, so I'm going to just roll with it. Well, I think I've already installed it, haven't I? Yeah, I have. So, well, there's that. Alright, we're just going to kind of hope for the best on that one. We're still waiting for the upgraded GMP to build. Well, I didn't intend to switch the tools out while it was compiling something. I read on the bug report for GCC that the system said can't handle it. So that's why I built GSED. Yeah, okay, this is on the link step. So this is almost done building. My end goal is to build an entire Linux from scratch system with a cross compiler from Windows XP. Well, we already saw that Tar died trying to extract GCC, so, you know, it's kind of part of the course for this project. I've also noticed that the errors seem to have gone away. Like, it was complaining about unable to flush, and now we've apparently unclogged stid in, so yay? But see, that's being generated by SET. It doesn't look like it's part of the test case, so I don't know. I've never seen that message before. Well, we're still kind of limping towards the starting line of this project. I might still have to go with Plan B, and if I have to go with Plan B, it's going to suck. I don't know. It might... I mean, we were seeing those set errors on the GMP build that was running in the background, and then they mysteriously and magically went away. So, it's a mystery. I remember the Linux ports to the DS. I think I tried it once on a flash card. It wasn't... I mean, the DS only had 4 megabytes of memory and no memory manager, so it was only micro Linux. Like, it was neat in the... Yay, it can run Linux sort of way, but not much else besides that. Although now I kind of have an idea. Like, I wonder how hard it would be to find a Nintendo Wii here. Because it would be PAL region, but I'd assume that one of the TV sets here has I can hook it up to component video. Fuck. You know, I had a RetroTink, and that didn't make it in my box of crap to come to Europe. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Like, because I do have a capture card. With the RetroTink, I could, like, plug a Wii in and do something interesting with it. Yeah, well, I need a Wii, and I would have to get another RetroTink, which I guess I could do if the channel is actually, like, you know, making money. Like, I could justify the expense. I'm annoyed. I didn't even think to grab it of the stuff that I donated and left behind. I just kind of left it in there. I'm going to be trying to build GCC 4.6. So it turns out I need a newer version of GMP, and then I gotta build MPC, and then we get on to the main event. So we've literally been 2.5 hours of just trying to meander towards, yeah. Well, Greece is technically in Western Europe, even though it's the eastern part of Western Europe, but SCART should be a thing here. I honestly don't even know how European Wii's connect to TVs. Maybe they have composite component TVs. Yeah, but the Wii didn't have HDMI, did it? I don't think it did. Alright, so that should be linking. Now I've got to run make check and see if this is completely broken. Come on. Link. Link, damn you. I'm just sitting here patiently waiting for this to, like, do its thing. Well, it's not a matter of SCART. It's my capture cards all run on HDMI. I don't have an analog capture card. Alright, now it's doing it. Now it's doing the final link. I still have to make check on this, which I'm not looking forward to. Yeah, I did see the Windows NT Wii port. I'm not really inclined to get a lot of hardware for the channel, but I could see myself getting a Wii or a GameCube, something I could just sit on the desk, plug into the capture card, and call it good. I just would need a capture solution, but that isn't terribly difficult to get. I just need to fucking get it. Oh, no. Control-C, Control-C. That being said, this project is probably going to take me another week or two before we're going to get anywhere. I'm just hoping that this isn't going to be completely broken. Okay, so now it's running to make check. Please don't be broken, please don't be broken, please don't be broken. Like, I'm just sitting here, like, going, please don't be broken, please don't be broken. Like, well, so far it's passing the tests. And I'm getting slightly distracted looking at stuff on Reddit. Because, like I said, all I gotta do here is just wait for this to finish. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Wii was basically just a clocked up GameCube. I think the GPU is slightly newer in the Wii, although I can't remember offhand. But in terms of system specs, the Wii basically is GameCube Plus. The Wii U had a bunch, I believe, had the original GPU for it. But the Wii U system architecture was interesting. Like, I just have no interest in doing console hacking, though. Like, yeah, I could get Wii Linux to do something, but, like, what is that something going to be? I'm going to run a BBS and put it on the internet? I don't really have a plan B. I have some plan Bs, but not many plan Bs. That being said, I think we've gone past the test that would have already exploded. And if not, I probably have to do a diff to figure out why the hell it's exploding, but it seems to be okay for now. Yeah, it seems like we're going. It seems like we're good to go. All right. Well, at least we don't have to worry about. At least we don't have to worry about. Yeah, the idea is to build services for build Linux from scratch, cross-compiling Linux from on top of Windows XP. That is the thought, and hopefully it's going to work. Okay, yeah, I'm fairly convinced that this version of GMP is going to work. Here. All right, when you look at Reddit logged out, it shows you like all sorts of sports crap. Eleven tests passed. I still can't believe that someone managed to pop 4chan. Of like all the webs, like. You'd think it would have happened a long time ago if it was going to happen. Like, that one kind of blew my mind. Yeah, no, it's it's running on Hyper-V, so it's running with the AMD Ryzen in this machine. It's just it only gets so fast. But if we were doing this single threaded and not, it would have been very, very painful. I can hear the fans going full tilt. And, oh good, I just lost the stream live chat due to another out-of-memory error. Yeah, no, I mean, look at it go. It's going, processor goes brrrr. Yeah. The kernel itself could be built without a cross compiler. You'd end up with... That being said, I don't know if I could link it because it would try and build it as a portable executable, which won't work for what I hope are very obvious reasons. I didn't see LinkedIn, Rhesus. I don't even know who owns 4chan these days ever since Moot sold it. Yeah, okay, it looks like we are basically good to go as far as our math library. We had to backtrack because we needed a newer version than what I got working. So, yeah. Yeah, this is proving to be interesting. The thing is that I built GMP 4.2 and that worked, but it turns out GCC needs 4.3. At least the version I'm trying to build, so I had to upgrade it. But fortunately, it's passing its tests. Yeah, I really don't pay attention to 4chan or 2chan or any of them. Like, when they pop up in the feed, so be it, but anonymous image boards don't interest me in the slightest. Yeah, kernel exe be like... No, I'm not streaming from Windows XP, I'm streaming from my desktop. My internet connection may be powered by Windows XP, though. It would be about par of the course for the Greek internet. Yeah, it looks like it passed the test case. SED is still giving us warnings, but obviously SED is having problems in this day and age. Hey, yep, that built successfully. Look, something actually worked on the fucking first try. I would only go to Windows 7 if this project completely imploded, just so I would have something for a video. Alright, so that's going. I mean, if I really wanted to go to the Pain and Misery squad, I could try using services for UNIX for Windows NT4, assuming it still exists. Yeah, I've really noticed that for, like, with Reddit, I mean, you know, the fact is that you have tech bros shouting the greatness of AI, and, like, it's not like I don't use ChatGPT for helping me with my Greek, because I do find it very useful, but it does feel like all AI has really managed to do is create fake humans on the internet and not much. I mean, hell, if you ever look at, like, the investor information stuff, they all talk about selling it as chatbots for support, get rid of first-tier workers. It's like, ugh. I do not have a Greek driver's license as of yet. To get a Greek driver's license, I have to follow this incredibly esoteric procedure that involves getting the New Jersey Motor Vehicle Commission to send my driving record to the consulate in New York. They will certify and translate it, and they will send it here. And this process was started a month ago, so I'm expecting this to take another 2 months. And then I can get a Greek driver's license. But my American one is good until it expires, so it's not a rush. Okay, so now we can go up a level, and we can... I'm legitimately feeling the pain on this one. Well, Sed is making all sorts of wonderful error messages. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. Like but like I said, I can drive on my U.S. license until it expires. The other option is I'd have to pass a road test and written exam in Greek here. So, yeah, I have to wait for my driving record to make its very slow way to the Greek embassy, transmitted to here, and then I can get my Greek driver's license. But I can drive on my American one, no problem. Man, that's a lot of couldn't flush standard input. I'm assuming it's doing something in configure. So there are differences between... Uh-oh. I have that feeling the version of Sed I made isn't going to work. Fine. Let's get rid of GSed and let's try this again. I have been told that it's good until the license expires. But even if it's... But the thing is that they also say... No, it's trying to use GSed. Let's not use GSed because apparently my SED works very well. That might be a problem. Like, if it actually is correct and the system SED can't build GCC... I'm going to have to find a SED that works, and that's less than ideal. Nutter, okay, that's actually funny. If SED wasn't happy, would it be SED? Yeah, it would be i50, i586, InterX PC to i686 GNU Linux. Well, the thing is, I just built another SED. Building the BSD SED is easier said than done. I mean, I could probably get it to build, but... Honestly, I find Fetty to be... Fetty has all the problems with Twitter, minus the algorithm and your own trust and safety team. Like... I'm like, how do I put this? The non-technically inclined are not going to be able to use Mastodon because God knows we don't value tech skills in society. We just make tech stupider so people can use it. See Facebook. And on top of that, you know, I find the platform is a hot mess, and ActivityPub is even a hotter mess. Yeah, see, I mean, that's exactly what I mean. Katara. Yeah, Katara. You know, Fetty is a decentralized platform. There isn't one single Fetty. Like, you can point people to mastodon.social, but... Yeah, there's no monetary incentive, but the whole platform sucks. And the last month, it seems like every week I have to install security updates on my Mastodon instance. All right, so let me look at this bug report and see if this issue of SED is like real. Yeah, so it says that at the very beginning, build dir GCC make files not created. Said apparently said 1.5 4.5 1.5 it works. Let me see here. What else does it say about SAD? Yeah, so apparently apparently I need to go back a SED version, which puts us at 2016. We'll run check on this while that downloads. Okay, so that's just building the test case. Probably should have J6 that. All right, so that's building. So let me see here. I mean, the question is, like, has social media really improved our lives? Like, you know, like, I had a Facebook account back in the .edu days when that was a requirement, and that was, like, useful. You know, I could talk with other college students. Then they opened up the platform, and then it basically became all algorithms, and it's known for a fact that Facebook intentionally pushes crap that is enraging, like, you know, angry clickbait crap, because it increases engagement and thus keeps you on the platform. It's like negative drug addiction. Assuming this is still running make check. Yeah, apparently it's got to build a lot of crap for the test code, so okay. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. A lot of younger people, I mean, I watch a fair bit of history stuff on YouTube. I don't watch all that much tech stuff, but I do watch some gaming stuff. Like, I watch a fair bit of old school RuneScape videos. I do play old school RuneScape, but I don't play it, like, excessively. Like, my character, I don't have a maxed out character, but yeah. I mean, Nutter, yeah, I don't get me wrong. There are upsides. But I'm talking like as a general day-to-day thing. I mean, you know, you could have just as easily met your partner on Facebook and Well, and it's not like Discord is public algorithm feed stuff. I mean, I've met some very people that I consider very close to me through social media. But like I still very much question the value of social media. And I realize there's a great irony saying that on a YouTube live stream, but I do wonder if I have to wonder if the cons very much outweigh the pros. Hey, wow, something that didn't have a single goddamn fucking test failure. What a flipping miracle that is. I mean, I think the biggest problem with like socialization down in the internet is people get compressed into being a persona to a platform. It's two dimensional. Like you see words on a page and such, but it doesn't come across as like this is a real human. And I think that's a lot of why we've seen so much polarization in recent years. All right, so that's built. That's still running configure. So while that's running configure, let me go get the patch. Or I think it was 10.10.02 I put it on. Oh, it's L1. All right, that's not going to work because that's in subservices for Linux. I need to do that in the top level folder. I run Python.exe and the Microsoft Store pops up. That I think yeah, I think I have to run msystem instead. Which would be nice if it loads. Alright, so while that's going, is this... So that did build. Let me run gmake check. And we'll see if this is as broken as everything else is. Alright, so now that should be a thing that exists. And we can grab the InterX patch. And I'm going to hope that it's going to apply cleanly. Not holding my breath on that one. Okay. Well, you know what I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing all those flush messages. I don't know. Maybe I see. Like, I don't know if I'm just being too negative or whatnot. I'm not. I don't know. Maybe I'll back off. Maybe I'll stop barking up that particular tree. All right. So apparently, old said 4.1 works. God knows what actually broke between the two. But so be it. Yeah, all 75 tests passed, so you know what? Let's install that. I don't even want to know what broke between the two, so... Okay, we might finally be at the point that we're ready to build GCC. Okay, so let me look at the... Hold on, we need to run the we need to patch it first. Well, that's a little concerning. Okay, so which hulks actually failed? Fig, i386, T, Interx, reject. So do those files actually exist? Yeah, they do actually exist. Okay. I feel like I'm about to want them very badly. Yeah, it does look like this file has changed just a little bit. I think I actually want to grab Vim because I kind of want, like... It's that or get Note+++ for Windows XP. You know what? I think I'm actually going to do that one instead. Pad++ Windows XP. What was the last version that supported Windows XP? Looks like 792. Yeah, it looks like 792 was the last one that supported XP. So, okay, let's grab that. And we go here. Refresh. There we go. So we look at the patches that failed. It failed to patch the config script. It's basically we just gotta look at the reject files. So config GCC and a bunch of stuff in the stdlib config. All right, that doesn't actually look too bad. All right, so let's So yeah, so now we gotta do a bit of patching. So GCC config. And I'm looking for target interix. What file? Oh, i386. T interix. And then cool. There we go. There we get the patches. So yeah, okay. So basically the internal command line changed a little bit. So the patches changed here. All C+ flags. Can I make this bigger, please? Maybe zoom? Alright, yeah, that works. Okay, now I can actually read the damn thing. So why did that first line patch fail? All compilers, all CCP flags include... Oh no, so that part did succeed, it looks like. It just wasn't able to add the other lines. So I'm not completely sure why that's an issue, but that's easy enough to add in. Do these have to be tabs? Yes, they do actually have to be tabs. No, wait, those aren't tabs. That one is. Why can't I undo? I hit control. Oh, because I'm hitting the wrong key. Okay, CCC. Okay, so is that... That is why it actually has changed, because it's no longer CC, it's compiler. I have that feeling this is actually going to care about the tabs, so what I will do... Because this is a makefile fragment. So it's WinXCXX. And it also needs stubs. Is there anything here we care about? Just making sure. I mean, it looks completely identical except for the file names, so hopefully. You know what? I'm not even looking at chat right now. Okay. It's a make file, so yeah, that's kind of how that works. Okay, so what else failed to patch? So we patched that one. It's GCC config. So we go up 2 folders. And then we open these. So what was the rejected patch? So reject patch. Well, that looks simple enough. I'm surprised it wasn't able to resolve that. Okay, that's easy enough. Then it successfully patched the C standard library, and it tried to patch a bunch of crap in configure, but failed. I really don't want to have to deal with fixing auto configure if I can avoid it. That would really suck. Like, if I have to rebuild the configure script, it's doable, but I really don't want to do that to myself. Although Notepad++ seems to be having trouble loading this configure script. Alright, let's see here. So we basically need to find this line in configure. I mean, it looks like it already is set, because look, it's already, this patch must have been incorporated upstream. Or incorporated in a different way, because this one is... This might be okay as is, like I got that horrible feeling that that is completely busted. In fact, I'm actually pretty sure it is. Let's loop all the way around. Yeah, see, this patch doesn't look like it applied cleanly. But it shouldn't be... Like, what is this doing? So section flags. Well, I think we're good to give it a shot. Let's see if we can actually fucking build the damn thing. Alright, so let me... I'm going to use the same options they gave here. Here. What would they give as working options? Right. All right. Configure prefix opt GCC 4.6. Enable languages C, C++. Enable threads POSIX. With stabs. Disable NLS. I'm not going to enable shared. It lists that. Disable stack protector. With GNU AS. With GNU LD, disable W error. Go. All right, we are now in the building GCC stage of this stream. So let's go for, let's see here. How would we celebrate? Okay, hold on. That's easy enough to fix. With GMP op tools, with MPFR op tools, with MPC op tools. Okay. Yeah, why don't we try using this goal feature? Let's see if it worked. Let's see if people want to celebrate. All right, let's see. I'm actually kind of hoping this just kind of works. Like, that would be such a wonderful change of pace for this project as compared to how it's just kind of been going. I believe it's Knockoff Blues. Okay. It's not configured, that's fine. With GCC Go, I could conceivably run Go applications on this, which sounds about as cursed as it fucking gets. Alright, well, it made the make file. Igor, throw the switch! Igor is very slowly going to throw the switch. It'll be in the actual video. The switch is slowly being flipped very, very slowly. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. Actually, it's not Gmake. It's Gmake Bootstrap. And then my external screen cuts out again. All right. I just gotta stand up. Very patiently waiting for this to go. All right. It's going to start running configure here in a moment. Yes, and the Council of Workers are currently making a build plan. This is sort of the thing like Ninja existed for. Yeah, I can move the bar in the corner. Yeah, I can go all the way up there. It's entering a directory. I think Make is crying trying to build this. Like, what is my CPU utilization? Yeah, Gmake is kind of doing things. I'm pretty sure it's IO blocked. I just don't know why. Well, we've flipped the switch part 1. It's now entering and leaving directories. Obviously, Igor is going to go get his keys, go out to the car, and then forget something and have to go back. Apparently, the switch is currently in downtown Athens. Shimazer? I don't know how I'm saying that. Yeah, that's kind of... It's not even IO slammed. It's just slow. Like, I don't see it suffering. It doesn't look like it's I/O blocked. There it goes. Configuring its stage. Oh god, it's going to run 4 configure scripts at once. Oh. Oh, that's a little painful. Yeah, it's going though. That is the GCC build officially started. The problem is that if it fails, I'm not going to be completely sure where it failed. There we go. I can now hear the system fan. Yep, that's exactly what I expected. No, it's fast because it's running 6 configure scripts at once. It's going very fast. Yeah. Well, we get to see how quickly it goes. Vroom! All the CPU fans have sped up at full blast. It's walking. No, it's running 6 different configure scripts. The GCC build system is a little recursive. Hey, look, it's actually compiling something. It's still building other things alongside it. It finished building deck number. I'm hoping the build... yeah, no, it's still going. It is still going. It's now building glib while it's still running configure. Yeah, this is going about it. This is going fine. This is fine. I'm going to go use the facilities, and we'll see how far it gets between when I walk away and when I come back. Oh wow, it's still going. At least I think it's still going. My remote desktop session has stopped. That's concerning. What, did the VM crash? That's new. Why did remote desktop quit? Oh no, please don't tell me I lost my Windows. Please resume. Uh-oh. Yeah, so remote desktop just quit. That's a thing that happened. I don't know why I got logged out. What is it? Does RDP quit if it's using too much CPU power? That's the first time it's done it this session. XP is not it hasn't been complaining about activation, which is interesting, but I didn't activate it. So maybe that is in fact, but it's been fine the entire 3 hours that we've been streaming for. Oh, did it reboot? It may have rebooted. Is there a way to see the uptime? I forgot where system uptime is on Windows XP. Yeah, I don't even remember where it is. Uptime and Task Manager. Oh, system info. Blah, blah, blah. How long have you been up for? Oh no, it did actually spontaneously reboot. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Well, that's concerning. Yeah, so it was actually a hard crash. Which implies it BSOD'd. Which is a little... like I said, that's a little concerning. Net Statistics Workstation. Yeah, it did actually crash. Well, we'll see if it does it again. Thank you, Dr. Shuppet, for the 500 checking Kronas? No, not Kronas. I gotta look up what the currency is. Oh no, Corona is the Czech money. Liberty is, it forms a joke. It makes it the library option be /Liberty. It's a support library for bin utilities. I could look at the event log and see if we can see why it took a shit. Event viewer. System. So that's terminal server. System restore ran into an error. Okay, so when... Yeah, there's no crash there. It just stops. That's it trying to download updates from Windows. We have an Interx error. Program not registered. Yeah, no, there is nothing in the event log about the crash. Yes, but British money was designed to confuse foreigners. That's the only way I can make sense of I have to assume pre-decimalization pounds were just designed to make everyone's life pain and suffering who weren't British. I don't think we have a mini dump file. I could take a look. I'd have to install debug tools to look at it. Like, is it Windows? I forget where the mini dumps end up in. Mini dump. Yeah, that's not... That's... What's today? That's not even from today, so we don't even have a mini dump file. It just quit. Ever the optimist, I'm just going to hope that that doesn't happen again. I think it was a VM crash. I think that may have actually been the problem. So the question is, does it do it again, or was that just a one-time fluke? There's no memory dump. I could look and see what Hyper-V has to say on the subject. It says the VM has been up for 10 minutes. So yeah, it just basically spontaneously rebooted, and I have no reason as to why it spontaneously rebooted. I guess it was a triple CPU fault. That would make the most sense, although I would assume that it would have left a dump file on the way out. It is building stuff. Yeah, so it's back to building Liberty. And running a configure script. Yeah, no, so it crashed and did not leave a dump report. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect for this. Adam Scott, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hoping for a goal of 10. Yep, that's the plan, Ronald. We are trying to build a Linux system from Windows XP. And we are still in Hyper-V. So, hey, look, it's stage 1 configure in libccp. So it is building. I'm semi-optimistic that this is going to work. Oh, that was a build failure. That was actually a build failure. It needs enable obsolete. That one I saw. Oh, of course, it lost my configure line. Now I have to deal with the really god-awful copy and paste in this console. I don't use VMware because I didn't know it was available for free for commercial use. That and I really don't like Broadcom. Like, now that but if it is actually free for commercial use, I will take a look at using it. Yeah, I'll see if there's anything in the event log on the host. Okay, system. Custom views, server roles, Hyper-V. Oh yeah, it's that was the problem. It triple faulted. Reset unrecoverable error virtual processor that caused a triple fault. That isn't particularly useful, but at least now we know what the actual problem was. All right. $700-year-old vampire. 12 pence to the shilling. 20 shilling was 2 shillings and 6 pence. That doesn't feel simple. Like, yeah. So it did die due to a triple fault. We are now waiting for it to rebootstrap. I might have to blow away the build directory and try again because I had to add the flag. So there's that. Let's see here. Alright, well, now we're building again. Triple fault means a triple fault means that the processor hit an error, it hit an error while processing the error, and then it hit a third error while processing the first two errors, at which point it tapped out and called it, yeah. Well, apparently, chat was telling me earlier that apparently VMware Workstation no longer has a requirement, like is fine for commercial use. I'd have to look at the Broadcom website and actually confirm that for myself. I don't care enough to check right now. Look, the political diabolical. New York City subway still runs on goddamn OS 2. Windows XP is fucking modern by that standard. And yeah, the stream, I'm on remarkably terrible internet. I would assume it's commercial because I earn revenue from my chat. I get ad revenue. I have super chat revenue. It's like, I'm pretty sure it would be considered commercial. Whether or not Broadcom would care is an entirely different thing, but I have no desire to chance it. Alright, so now it's doing the configure step again. Okay. So hopefully this all works. At least this is going to be a lot faster because all of it's cached. Yeah, like I kind of miss being in New York City and having good internet for that thing alone, but also like I'm way happier here than I was there, so there's that. The DSL is very tasty indeed. At least we're not trying to build the Ada compiler. Yeah. No, I had to pay my income tax for the U.S. I don't... If I owe anything for Greece, and I'm not certain I do, it won't be until the end of this calendar year, so... I haven't had that experience yet. Yeah, okay. So chat's telling me that VMware Workstation is. I'm not going to switch for this project, but maybe in the future. So it's complaining about missing Flex and Bison, but that's not a fatal error. It might become a fatal error, but so far it's chugging along. I am not a fan of Kubernetes. I feel like Kubernetes is just... It feels like... it's hard to explain my dislike for Kube, but it honestly reminds me of like when Amazon EC2 came and everyone was writing eucalyptus scripts to the EC2 infrastructure, and they all became unmaintainable within like a week of them coming into existence. Cube feels like that, but worse. YouTube doesn't allow links unless I make you an approved user, which I kind of can't easily do. I can make you a moderator, but I don't like adding people I don't know as moderators unless I have to. Like I said, I'll look it up later. I'm not going to change for this project, but yeah. Alright, so now it's building libcpp again. So this is where it got before it fell over the first time. So now it's running yet another configure script, probably for GCC itself. YouTube doesn't allow chat links in general unless it's a moderator or approved user. Yep, that's building GCC. So yeah, so enable obsolete did actually get it past this configure step. And looking at the front page of Reddit while not logged in is... Oh, fuck me. What died? Alright, let's run that without the JSJ option and see if we can figure out what actually exploded. Are you kidding me? So yeah, that exploded with a memory fault. God knows what actually blew up. Like I'm feeling kind of I'm trying to be optimistic on this. I'm assuming that was the assembler that exploded. I am legitimately suspecting that was the assembler that exploded. I mean, it says memory fault, but yeah. That's not a good feeling. What did it actually blow up trying to do? Yeah, so it was trying to build... It looks like... Let's run it without the J flag and see how far it actually gets. And waiting the like 3 minutes for it to, you know, actually run, to start running the make file again. I can change the music. What is it that we're listening to? It's called Piece for Disaffected Piano 2. But maybe it's the proper music for this. It's called Mad Pianist Music. Alright, so now that's doing build. Alright, I'll switch it to a different track. Well, listen to Half Mystery. I can't actually hear it because I have no speakers plugged in or speakers at all. It's very soft. Well, unfortunately, alright, fine. We'll go back to the perfect music then. Or maybe we'll go to a piece called Ghostpocalypse 2010, because apparently I can't go back in time. Okay. Now we get to see if this explodes again. Please no explodey. I ask all that's kind and nice not to explode on me again. If not, I'm going to have to smack it with a stick. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark, but I'm well rested today. You missed it seg-faulting while trying to build GCC 4.6. We are trying to build GCC 4.6 right now. Waiting very patiently for things to go. I have this horrible sensation it's just going to seg fault again, but I at least will know where it will seg fault. Come on, configure, do your thing. How far into the configure did it actually get before it blew its brains out? So it was... Might not even be this part of the build process. This might be a different one, because it was running multiple configure scripts at once. Thanks to political diabolical. Well, GCC removes support for old platforms all the time, even though there were patches to fix it, but GCC upstream works in mysterious ways. See, I'm not even convinced I'd be able to build a new bin utilities for this. It depends on how much Microsoft patched it. God, this is paint drawing, but extreme. Well, GCC, apparently it stopped building out of the box around GCC 4.2. And I have a patch that makes 4.2 build. I'm hoping we can get 4.6. Okay, so using following target. So this is where it died before. Now the question is, just how far did it actually get before it died? And maybe it died because I was running it with multiple parallelization. So it's checking the assembler for... And that's where it quits. So the last message we get... Alright, so I think a little hand-holding is in order. So that's basically right where it quit. So if I go look at the actual configure script. So this is, yeah, so this is where it quits. So does it die here or does it die on the next test? And it looks like it dies here. I can set this configure check by manually to make it not run it. I think the easiest thing to do here is we're just going to manually force... that's not what I want to do. Alright, screw it. Let's actually open up this in an editor. Oh, good, and my browser quit again. Apparently, Chrome's chat just makes it keep quitting. This is fine. This is fine. All right, so let me reopen this. The problem is that this is going to be a very slow fix it, make it work sort of thing. All right, so let's do a search. That should be, yeah, that's still on the clipboard. So, I'm just looking for the configure script to make sure I set this right. There are other ways to do this. But that should do it. Hey, Pancake Sparkle. I don't know why I keep trying to use GDB. It's completely fucking useless. Alright. That's going to take another 5 minutes to run, so I'm going to stretch my legs while that runs. Still not even gone to that first stage. I probably should have run J6 or paralyzed the build, but it's got to get through that configure script. So let's see here. We're building GCC to upgrade. We're trying to upgrade Interx's GCC to be able to build a cross compiler. This is basically the last step before I can actually start building Linux from scratch. Chromium is a banger name for an element. Change my mind. Well, we're waiting. Also, my cursor on the stream is like giant, and I don't know why it's giant. I mean, I'm just kind of standing here. All right, running stage 1 configure in GCC. Problem is we have to wait for the entire configure script to run before we're going to know if that actually worked. I'm kind of pacing here, hoping that this is all going to work and such. Like, this would be such a sucky part for, like, everything to break. I mean, I almost wonder how long if you put XP just directly on the internet, how long it would be hit with ransomware. Not long, I suspect. I am just kind of crossing my fingers that this is actually going to work. I feel like I'm very much, you know, dealing, you know. Get CDW, so that's doing a bunch of stuff, blah, 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 blah. I mean, this VM has an internet connection, but it's not directly facing the internet. So now we're getting to the point, close to the point where it actually crashed. Hey, Simon Ryle. Okay, well, now we're about to find out. I think it got past where it blew up before. Yeah, no, I think that got past the point of. Hey, look, it's getting to creating config.status. I'll hit Control C once it finishes this step. Holy crap, we actually got past that problem. Yay! Okay, we've actually solved a problem. We have solved a problem and have moved on to the next one. Yeah, so let me hit Control C there, and then let's go back to a parallelized build. Oh. Yeah, I definitely feel like I am winner. Yeah, editing this is going to suck. Also, I should make sure that my stream is actually recording. Yeah, it is. Okay. That is complete win. All right, that we have solved the crash. There's probably more things we're going to have to handhold through this, but hey, that's over the starting line. Now we gotta wait for it to get through this. I really wish this make step took a lot less time. It sucks how long this takes. It's just very, very slowly going. So yeah, it now should be running configure on additional libraries, which shouldn't stress out the linker like it did before. I hope. If you're enjoying this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider becoming a member. Especially because I'll have edited devlogs with this. I have actually built GCC on an Android phone. It can be done. I don't recommend it. So now it's going to start iterating through all the build directories it's already done. And then hopefully it will just start building ... question mark ... And a car blasting its stereo just went by. So now zlib, it's doing configure steps, liberty, libccp. I don't know. I'm just kind of... I mean, GCC wouldn't help with this. Right now, we're dealing with the... We're looking at the reason why Ninja exists, and that's because Mate can be very slow. I honestly don't know how many Greek amateur radio operators there are. I didn't see a whole lot on APRS FI. I think someone told me there's like 2,000 in total for a country that is several... What is the population of Greece? I think it's like 20 million. $10 million, actually. That's a lot lower than I thought it was. Number of amateur radio operators in Greece. (2,952) licensed operators out of Greece. I mean, Andy, yeah, you're completely correct. But let's be honest, Make also kind of sucks. Look how slow this is. Like, to say there aren't problems with Make is not completely missing the... You know, there is some truth to that. Diving headfirst into a wood chipper. That's a name for a rock band. Also feels like, you know... This hasn't crashed, right? No, it hasn't crashed. So far we've seen it triple fault. We've seen it... we've seen it memory fault and a bunch of other stuff. Well, every country in the world, with the exception of Yemen and North Korea, have some provision for their citizens to hold amateur radio licenses. And despite those things, there have been both legal activations in both Yemen and North Korea. There has been... P5 has actually been heard on the air, which is North Korea's call sign. The Pain Pistols. That is a great name for a rock band. I don't know. I forgo. Or if you tell me your country, I can actually look it up. I've got the statistics right here. Like, I can tell you. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Like, I know the United States leads the numbers by quite a lot. Ham radio is not a particularly popular thing in most of the world. Wow, that is a Flash Player one. Okay, so apparently Japan is actually #1, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah, they have over 1 million licensees. Although maybe Japan requires it for things that we don't require here. And then, like, when I get to the bottom of the list, we have Jamaica with 84 licenses, the Faroe Islands with 90, Haiti with 100, Papua New Guinea with 95. Let's see here. Who else? Morocco with 391. I wonder how hard it would be for me to get operating privileges in Morocco. Oh, wow, this is an old list. Yugoslavia, 354. Okay, so maybe this list is a little bit out of date, because if it's listing Yugoslavia as a country, yeah, that's a little bit, shall we say, ancient. No, this hasn't crashed. This is still just taking its time. It doesn't have DDR on it, or hold on. Let me look at this dated list of amateur radio op licenses. Let me see what countries on it. Like if it's got a Yugoslavia, let me see what else it actually has on here. There were radio operators on the in the Warsaw Pact. Like it did exist. Poland. So it says Germany just under 80,000. Let me see here. Cuba has 1,800. Former Yugoslavia Republic of Macedonia, 620, which is now these days called North Macedonia. Although that was the legal name of the country, because Greece objected them to just being Macedonia, which is why it became North Macedonia. I don't see any other Soviet bloc countries that no longer exist aside. Wait, hold on. How does it have Yugoslavia and it also has FYR Macedonia? Those two should be mutually exclusive. Yeah, it still hasn't crashed. It's just, it's kind of I'm assuming make is like running flat out. No, it's not. I'm assuming it may be doing like a iterative file search for something. Yeah, the internet here is kind of shit. We're trying to compile GCC. The make is suffering badly. I'm assuming it's probably like searching files and stuff and building. Yeah, hold on. You can if we look here at Gmake, the memory usage is going up. It is doing something. The memory usage is going up more. Yeah, I can drop a link to that in chat. Oh, no, it wasn't just a legacy switch. I also had to patch configure. No, I'm pretty sure it's generating a file list. That sounds about right for GCC right now. It's likely recursing upon itself. But it is very slowly, every few seconds, using a bit more memory. So presumably at some point, it will just do things. Oh, there it goes! Chat, it's moving. The glacier has set sail for the promised land. Uh-oh. And it died. It died with a parse error on built-in types. Crap. Well, that was nice. Shit. All that waiting for it to just how old is the version of GAC on this? 2.15. I'm wondering if I have to upgrade that. That may be too old. Yeah, like how old is that version actually? I'm a little surprised that that went kablooey. So where did it actually die? It died in... Because if I don't have to rebuild the whole thing, it would be kind of nice. So it was in build GCC. So if I just run gmake here... And apparently my computer has crashed. Okay, there it goes. Now the problem is it may have crashed because I've patched it. So 215. What did it say the patch level was? 215 patch level 2. So that's actually recent. That's more recent than the rest of it. Yeah, that's from 2010. So that version of GAC is actually up to date, which kind of implies I may have broken it when I patched the compiler. Where did it actually blow up? It died with parse error on built-in types in configure. Which is a little concerning. And that's still going. So it tried to build... Let me see if I can figure out what it was trying to do. So parse error on 41 in config... Yeah, let me open a new shell. Because there is a chance I'm the one who broke this, and it's not... So GCC... config... So, yeah, it just died here with a parse error. That's exciting. I'm guessing it's because it's an empty function. But this is an up-to-date version. Yeah, it doesn't even tell me when. It says it's 215. Alright, so what's going on over here? I'm assuming you're still trying... Yeah, you're still taking your sweet-ass time trying to figure out how to build a tree. This is exciting for all the fucking wrong reasons. Alright, so it goes into here. It... grabs headers. Like, if that's going to be a 5-minute build time every fucking time, that is going to legitimately suck. So it runs built-in types, built-in definitions. So if I do built-in types, and then I run it through, what's the other file it's trying to run it through? i386 built-in dash configure i386 built-in types. So yeah, that does complain with a syntax error there. So I have no idea why that is not happy, but I think I can convince it to be happy. So we go to 41, and let me just put dummy equals 0. Yeah, and that actually resolves it. Okay, so that now generates that. So now this is still sitting here waiting. We're just gonna have to accept the fact that this is gonna be very slowly. This is very slow. Well, no, because if I put print space in it, that'll end up in the actual file. So I just do a dummy assign on it. But the thing is that is a version of GNU awk from the period that this compiler's from. I guess one of the service packs fixed it. So now we just sit here and wait for probably like 15 minutes and hope it actually goes. It's a little painful. I really wish... Is there a way to cache gmake? Like, does gmake have a cache feature? Can you make cache... Is there a way to make a cache? Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to sit here and wait patiently. The thing is that Gawk 4 should be... The Gawk version of Gawk I should have is new enough for this. We just basically... I think what it is, is it's actually iterating on... We go back to processes. Sort by image name. Yeah, so... We basically had multiple copies of make, and I remember it got up to like 8 megabytes before it went. CC cache wouldn't help with this, unfortunately. This is make itself that's this slow. Problem is that if it's going to keep dying every time with a build failure, we're going to have to sit through a very slow make. Yeah, so entering directory build. So it goes into zlib, goes into Liberty. So it did all this before, and now it's going to start... Yeah, we've got through all that before, so now it basically ran for several minutes. Basically, the memory usage counter has to get up to 8 kilobytes, 8 megabytes. Linux haters has some legitimate criticisms in it. It's a little bit troll, but a lot of it is legit, and a fair bit of it is still even relevant to this day. So yeah, we now need to just wait for make to iterate on everything. Okay. Alright, so manually patched around the awk issue. I'm still not sure why that was actually a problem, but whatever. Really hoping we're not... Yeah, this is going to be a lot more painful than I thought it was going to be, but... so it goes. Hey, at least I'm getting stream revenue from it. I suspect the problem is that I think what it's doing is I think it's enumerating every file in the GCC build folder, and that is what is taking so goddamn long. Because Windows I/O has always been historically kind of slow, and slower than Linux, and I can't imagine the subsystem for Unix is using optimized code paths because it talks to the NT kernel directly. So, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So, it's about 40% based off the memory usage to where it needs to go before it's going to start going. Alright, so, how is everyone's day going? Like, are you having any make issues in your life? Yeah, I'm gonna stretch my legs, because this is about 50% done for this make step. We'll see if it actually gets anywhere. Yeah, it's still counting up files. Five megabytes. It got to 8 when it went last time. Yep. Ooh, a Spark Station 1. That's, well, yeah, it's a Spark Station, so it will be a Spark. the 68K Spark stuff I've always found interesting. I should find a copy of Process Explorer. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that while we're waiting. Process Explorer XP. Okay, that's downloading. Yeah, I'm pretty sure make is like looking at every single file in the make file, and that's why it is taking forever. Now, fortunately, if it successfully builds XGCC, which is the first step, it should be reasonably... Until it gets to the C++ stuff, I'm reasonably certain that we're not going to have all that much pain. Alright, so... Let me copy that. Oh, you gotta love that it doesn't, like... Where did it put that? Did it put it in downloads? Oh, no, right, because this is old. I have to tell it to save it. Yeah, save to desktop. Alright, so Process Explorer. Process Explorer. There it is. It's interesting how the command line is all screwed up because it can't actually tell. So yeah, that's at 8 megabytes. Assuming... Let's see here. I don't remember... It's been a while since I've used this. Forget what all the little bars do. CPU, I/O, network, and disk. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just going through and iterating through every effing file. Because, yeah, it's not, like, telling me anything useful. Disk. It's not even showing anything. Here we go, like performance. Should start doing something here in a moment. But yeah, I do think it's actually like manually looking at each file for the system API. And because the API is just god-awfully slow, so 9 megabytes. That was about the point where I think it got to 8,700 kilobytes before it went and did something. Like, yeah, yeah, show process tree, which doesn't do anything useful. Yep, there it goes. Oh, and it's building stuff. That is actually building stuff. Holy crap, it is doing things. That's building GCC. I don't know if it's even opening file handles. It might just literally be running ls. Well, not like ls, but the equivalent of ls. Yeah, no, but that is building. That is actually building. Now, hopefully it doesn't, like, die immediately, because I don't want to have to keep doing that. Alright, so now what's it doing? It's running Perl. Oh, we are in dangerous land. It's running very old Perl. I believe it's 5.6. It is actually running. Oh god, that is weird seeing GCC show up there in Process Explorer. Yeah, that's going. It is going. Fair bit of warnings. I don't even have interesting commentary. I'm just kind of amazed watching this go. I'm not going to look, as long as it's just a warning, I'm not going to care. This is GCC freebie garbage. That's a lot of warnings, though. But yeah, you can kind of see why I didn't want to use GCC 3 for this. See, my fear is it's going to build and then it's going to immediately ice. Like, with that number of warnings, I'm a little scared that that is actually going to be a thing that happens. And if you're enjoying this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, please consider becoming a member or supporting the channel on Patreon. This has been your End Commander ad read for the period. No. I disabled W error at the top level, so it should switch to the stage 1 compiler as soon as it finishes this, because this is literally building XGCC. But yeah, this is kind of why I don't like GCC free, and I didn't want to use it for this. GCC 4.6 is considerably more up to date. Well, I mean, the money making is streaming it to YouTube and then asking people very kindly to support the channel and get the little bar on the top of the channel to move up. Although, it doesn't look like it's caught all the everything. Oh, probably because the stream chat has been lagging. But yeah, that's GCC building. I can't tell you how far it's actually gone. Oh, I just saw it fail. I just saw a failure. Crap. What died? Use PE aligned. Okay, so it actually died in the NT. PT assembler aligned. Let me copy that to another file. We got. That's one of the files. That's one of the areas of the toolchain I did have to touch. So that is not completely surprising. That's where it crapped out. Alright, let's see if we can figure out why that quit. So where are we? We're here. GCC. Okay, so when NTC, use PE aligned. So Sigmin opt, use PE aligned. I'm guessing that variable needs to be... I'm assuming there's like an interx op. No? Let me open this up in Notepad C++ so I can get an idea of what I'm working with. My guess is that that's a configure option that was added over time. Okay, GCC 4.6, GCC. So there's InterX op, edit with Notepad++, driver dynamics. So now we go to i386, and we go to Sigmin op. My guess is this should actually be set to false. Because I'm looking at target val, use PE align. So let me see what that code actually connects to. I'm guessing this is something InterX specific. Let me see if I can find the copy of GCC 2.4 floating on the internet, just so I can see what the file looked like then. GCC 2.4 source code. I really don't want to have to download it. Assuming it's not going to be on GitHub. Well, I found a copy of GCC 4.2 for Open Server on GitHub. Let me grab tab and rip it off, and I'll put it over here. So GCC config i386 WinNT ASM So this function doesn't even exist in GCC 4.2. And that probably tells me... I'm not sure what that tells me just yet. So Sigmin opt, because this is what defines it. Yeah, so this option didn't exist for... yeah, that option didn't exist. Do you have like an InterX flag or something I can use to, you know, define this? Yeah, you don't have a flag. Can I add, I'm just trying to figure out if I can just add it. Alright, yeah, so that started building all of that. It built NT stubs, but I don't know if it successfully built anything else. That's a little concerning. So it didn't... I don't know if I should add it to the op file. Because it doesn't seem like something I should be doing. I think I'm just going to set this to 0 to clear the build error. And then let me run gmake. And we'll open Process Explorer. And we will we'll see what it is actually doing. So system IO network. People tell me that there was something in here that I could click to like see IO handles. Select columns. Ah, here we go. Handles. Handle view of Process Explorer. So how do I open the handle view? I should probably look at chat and see what they're saying. System comment, physical memory, I/O. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think it's probably opening. If it's opening handles, it's opening it fast or slow. But it's also possible that Process Explorer can only see Win32 handles. It may not be able to talk to the kernel directly. So we kind of just need to wait and let it do its thing. It should be a fair bit faster running it from the build GCC folder because I'm not trying to build all of GCC in a single go. It's going to be slow, but it's not going to be that slow. Well, no, I take that back. It's going to be slow. Unless the POSIX binary up here, like, scroll to new processes. No column sets. Select column, process performance, threads. Ah, here we go, handle count. Yeah, see, it's not even opening handles. Or it's doing it in a way that we can't see. Like, is the underlying POSIX.exe? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not doing anything there. View lower pane. Show lower pane. Doesn't seem to be showing all much of anything in the lower pane. Yeah, that's not showing. I don't think it's opening handles. I think it's literally iterating over every file through the libc library. It's doing it in a way that Process Explorer doesn't see. The NT kernel supports fork, but I wouldn't be surprised if it just works as a thread under the hood. Because it does say there's 2 threads, and those look like child processes to me. Oh, I can even make it... Oh, God. That was not a good option. God, seeing transparency on Windows 98 is... Windows 98. Windows XP is interesting, to say the least. That used to be, like, the big hype thing. So, yeah, we gotta wait for it to iterate up for the everything. This feels like this is going to have a Thanos meme. What did it cost you? Everything. Alright. Procmon should be able to see the file. Alright, let's look at Procmon. Because at this point we have nothing to actually do. Okay. Yeah, no, that's definitely iterating through every single file. That is definitely iterating through every fucking single file. I think if I switch the... Yeah, it's create file, it's querying it, and then it's closing. Oh god, it's looking at the dependencies of every fucking file. Yeah, it's building the dependencies graph. That's an ouchie. It's because of how make works. There is a way with gmake can be intelligent with C and basically check the entire dependency graph. I think there's a way I can tell it not to do that and just kind of fire and forget. Let me look at the make file. The manual. Let me see if there's a way to actually tell that. Yeah, I mean, I can put on the debug flag so we can see what it's actually doing, but yeah, I'm not seeing a way to... This is fun. I probably should close this before it runs out of memory, but, like, yeah, that's just kind of going to take its sweet time. Because it's looking at every fucking header dependency. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. We just gotta let make do its thing. So it's got another 2 megabytes of things to do. Is the music making fart sounds? No, apparently we're listening to waltzes. Like I said, I don't hear the music. I've never actually I think I did it once with the wobbly cube, and it's like, oh, that's neat, and then never again. Is it really making fart sounds? It's called Joey's Formal Waltzes. I really should just download a whole bunch of White Bat music and use that instead, because I actually really like that soundtrack. I have this one because I know for a fact it won't get content ID'd, but yeah, I'm the fact that Make is this slow was a bit of an unexpected thing. I don't really feel like playing pinball, I'll be honest. If I felt like playing pinball, it would be one thing. But I'm like just sitting here in deep waiting, because I don't even know if my fix will work. Yeah, I'm just kind of staying. I'm just kind of sitting here and enjoying my happy place. There's got to be a way to make be less chat. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's probably doing variable expansion to make file. It wouldn't surprise me if it's really. Oh god, that is remarkably painful. Yeah, so it's still got another megabyte before it fully increments and starts running the build again, and I'm hoping it's just going to kind of, you know, work. All right, I'm going to find a different track. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I already built NetHack for this. I don't feel like playing NetHack. If I was going to do anything, it would be like old... I'd probably load Minecraft up. Alright, we've reached 8 megabytes of memory usage. I should read a book. Like, you know, like the Nico too. You are completely right. I do have unused reads from my library, so there's that. I will take a break after this starts making output, just because we're not going anywhere quickly. Alright, should be going any second now. It's at 8 megabytes, 10. It's only went from 8 megabytes to 10. Hey, look, there it goes. We have command output again. Thanks, the great Quicks, for the $5 super chat. Okay, well, it's going. I didn't run it with -J, because if it does fail, I want to see exactly where it fails. I'm gonna go stretch my legs while this builds, because it got past that file. I'm afraid to look. No, it's still going. Jet, I think that's linking. Albert Einstein, thank you for the $1 super chat. I think that's linking. I think it's building libgcc. Yeah, it built libgcc. So it's building collect 2. It's doing a lot of file generation. Ooh. It actually built? Do we have XGCC? We do. GCC 4.6.3. Holy crap, it actually built. I can't test it directly. I have to run the rest of the build process. But that's promising. As long as it doesn't fall over like immediately. Holy crap, that is XGCC built. It won't be able to build directly because the stage 1 compiler doesn't have system library paths set in it. It's part of how it works. So now we have to wait for it to do. We now have to wait for the bootstrap make to do the entire processing thing. But yeah, that's GCC 4.6.3 built. That's over. We are over the starting line, assuming it can build something, which we'll find out very quickly. That is a fucking win. ALXHRO, thank you for the free Polish Salati super chat. Albert Einstein, thank you for the €1 super chat. XGCC is the stage 1 compiler. The way the build process it works is it builds a minimal compiler with the system GCC that is called XGCC, and then XGCC is used to build the rest of GCC with all the bells and whistles. So the fact that it actually built that meant that we've done enough patching that it could build. Whether it works, we're going to find out. Of course, now we gotta wait for the very, very slow make step to do its thing. Well, considering that XGCC exists, it may not take as long, so I hope. Questionable. So yeah, that's the starting gun. I suspect I am the first person to ever build GCC 4.6 on Interix. From what I saw from the other, from like the precompiles, it was all GCC 4.2 at most. So yeah, there's a good chance this is the first time GCC 4.6 has ever been built on this platform. The very minimal core of GCC requires a C++ compiler, which GCC 3.3 technically meets the requirements of. It used to be a K and R C compiler, but I think after 4.2 they increased the requirements. So XGC is the bootstrapped compiler. It's now going to build the whole bells and whistles. The C++ front end may or may not be a problem. The Nico 2, it's not built when building a cross compiler because there's no bootstrap phase when you build a GCC cross compiler. That's why we have to build this as a native compiler first. Then we can build the cross compiler. So yeah, that is theoretically a good first step. The question is, does it work? Is a open question. But the fact that it got that far is actually somewhat of a optimistic first sign. What is it currently doing? I'm assuming it is counting files. Oh no, it's still going. It's doing a bunch of shell script stuff. glib, liberty, libcpp, fix includes, I'm going to net boot it if I can. I'll set up a new VM, and then I'll put DHCPD and NFS on services for Unix, and we will net boot from that. I think I'm going to try and cross-compile as much of the core system as I can actually get. If I can't get the C++ compiler to build, it will be painful. It's not a showstopper. In that case, I would build the minimum Linux kernel. I would build BusyBox and Bash. Because if I just build those three, I can rebuild GCC over NFS and make it go. Hey, LGBR FBS. Well, we've made progress. I'm assuming this is rerunning that obnoxiously long build step. Yes, it is. Oh, God, it is actually going to look at every fucking dependency. We're going to have to deal with that every goddamn fucking time. Oh, that's not fun. That's legitimately not fun. Alright, but that is very slowly... We are very slowly slumping towards... I was going to make a reference to... yeah, I can't even remember what I was making a reference to. We are going somewhere very slowly. Like, this isn't so much... Oh god, you know, I just realized I don't need a 412 miles an hour. I need a... what would be like an 8/4 kilometer per hour emoji now, since now I'm in Europe. Well, at least I got my bike fixed, so I can actually use that tomorrow and, like, you know, start actually trying to lose the American weight. Like, Americans in Europe lose weight, and it's been happening slowly, but I would very much enjoy, like, losing it a lot faster. Plus, you know, it's beautiful spring day, and what am I doing? I'm sitting in a room looking at the spring day out the window while watching GCC build. But 170 viewers is not bad, and my view duration is looking very good for this amount of stream. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be an 8-hour stream, and that's assuming we get anywhere. A 7.24K an hour emoji. Oh, good lord. That's probably going to be waiting for me on Discord next time I load it up. Well, right now the snail is counting up all the file handles, which it's about 60% of the way through. Yeah, I should go touch grass. I could go touch grass, I could lie in grass, I could roll in grass, and by the time I come back in, it might be done counting. Joe Tyler, go get some sleep. If you want to be able to watch the edited video, which probably will be out a day or two from now, I might live stream again on Sunday without putting a devlog out, and then, yeah. Because I get to my largest streams if I stream on the weekend, so having that number of concurrent viewers is kind of nice. I guess I could work on the script. In fact, maybe I should do that. I'm gonna wait for it to start building, so... script writing while this goes, because I got nothing else to do. At this point, I had crossed the first hurdle of getting GMP built and moved on right to getting MPC, the third GCC dependency, built as well. What version of... You know, I just looked at it and then I immediately forgot, because I am super genius. Oh, hey, look, it's actually, yeah, look, it's actually doing stage 1 multi-lib config. So it is moving very slowly, but it is moving. .22. Oh, fuck. Crap. Alright. Why is this not working? Can't compile. Check config log for details. Alright, fuck. Build i586. Error in loading shared libraries. libmpc.so.30 can't open shared file, no such file or directory. The fuck? No, I stand by my original name. Do I have LDD? I don't have LDD. So it's dying due to the fact that it can't find a symbol. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run the compiler manually and figure out what the fuck just happened. That was a little bit too going. Would have been nice if it just worked on the first try. I'm guessing it might be a path issue. I might need the lib folder in the system path if it acts like... Oh, I don't know. Alright, Okay, so error in loading shared libraries. Can't open shared library file, no such file or directory. I do have trust, so I can see what it's trying to actually open. So, failure to open shared library, no such file or directory, no such file or directory. So, it's trying to access 4.6 GCC 4.63, build GCC I586. Hitting tab there was a mistake. And my shell is frozen now. Yeah, my shell froze. There we go. So I586. Oh, hold on. Oh, hitting tab there was a mistake. It is bin utilities based. I have the source code to it. So build GCC I586. All right, do you need LD library path? You do need LD library path. Oh, that's fucking lovely. Fine. So, if that's the actual problem... So, LD library path... optools lib. Well, at least that time it didn't blow up. I don't know why it can't find libgcc. Oh, right. No, because it's trying to build libgcc. Of course it is. I'm really hoping it's not going to make me, like, reconfigure. All right, so... Alright, so that has LD library path set. So source GCC. Okay, so CC1 actually seems okay now. The only downside is now I gotta rerun the everything. Unless I can just, you know, sneak in here. libgcc. Except it didn't actually run the configure step. And I don't really trust running that manually. Do I have a makefile in this folder? I don't. Alright, we're gonna just have to wait for that to do its thing. Well, unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot I can do. This is literally the gatekeeper for doing the anything else. 2.2 off. Yeah, so I'm going to work on what will be the script for this devlog. I find it funny that I'm literally writing the script for the devlog as the devlog is actually, as we're actually doing this. All right. Not feel like I'm going anywhere quickly. However, let's see what chat's saying. Sorry if I'm being silent. I can't write and talk at the same time. Yeah, I'm in EET, so UTC plus 3. Sorry, I was definitely walking our way. And small painkiller, 4.5. Yeah, that feels about the right mood. I'm gonna give that one a like. All right. I do wonder why the goal bar isn't going up. It's detecting super chats. Yeah, I legitimately don't know why the goal bar isn't going up. I'm assuming Streamlabs is just being stupid. Kind of seems like how things are going. Also, I apparently have 2 different goal bars in my scenes, so let me remove one. We're still waiting for it to get past this step. This is just my brain turning into fucking Play-Doh. It's going to get there. It's very slowly going to fucking get there. I know it is. How far has it actually gone? So it's got 4.4 kilobytes to go. So hopefully it's okay then. I'm surprised that I had to set LD library path. I'm also really hoping that that's not going to get unset by something along the way. It might. I don't know. Here's hoping. Okay. Let me look at my script thus far. Okay. GCC 4.2. Meanwhile, I was trying. Let's see. I'm just trying to think of what else I need to actually put here. Because I knew from GC bug reports that I had read that to get anywhere with this, I'm going to have to do some patching here. I was also going to need to update a few utilities. First among them was sed. Sed is a streaming text editor doing search and replace. And apparently during GCC's build, the system sed chokes on large files. No problem. I first built said 5.2, but this version had some problems. It kept complaining about flushing. Did in. And had caught, and shortly thereafter had caused a few things to stop working. Downgrading to said 5.1 seemed to resolve it, and all tests passed. So yeah. So that passed. With that little pain point solved, I applied the GCC 5.2 which I had for GCC 4.2 to 4.6. As expected, several hulks parts of the patch failed to apply, although it wasn't terribly difficult to fix the rest by hand. Now with at least a few, now there was nothing to do but configure. Configure and attempt building. GCC's build process, unlike other parts of this project. Sorry if I'm just kind of talking to myself. Alright, we're at 163. Okay. How much more do you gotta go? It's a lot slower when it has to run it from the top level make file. Like, that's just exceptionally slow. Also, the number of likes that's on Albert Einstein's super chat keeps fluctuating. It goes from 4 to 5 to 3 to 3 to 2 to 6. Like, I'm watching it here on my panel. Actually, here, I'll show you exactly what I see. Yeah, so if I bring this over here, you see how that's just like completely freaking out? If you look at Albert Einstein, it just kind of flakes out. I think YouTube's just having a normal here. Oh, nope, that's an old super chat. I'm pretty sure I've read out all the super chats. I'm hoping I haven't missed any. Let me look at the viewer activity thing. Yeah, no, we're still waiting for this to actually start going. Oh, so it is also freaking out in the public chat. Yeah, I think this is what they call eventual consistency. It will be eventually consistent after I end the stream. All right, so let me Okay, it finished with that directory. Now it should try and do the configure step again. So I should probably pay attention to the stream and see what it actually is now doing. Yeah, so now it's doing multi-state, multi-lib configure for libgcc. Oh, yay, look, that actually worked. That time it didn't choke. Oh, that's a good feeling. Okay, so we now, XGCC is now actually working now. Oh yes. Shemizer, thank you for the €10 super chat. Also, apparently now Albert Einstein's is up to 34 likes, but fluctuating. Its quantum uncertainty the super chat. Uh-oh. Oh no. Unknown per pseudo opcode. Oh, that's not good. Alright, hopefully this one doesn't take all that long. Well, that's handwritten assembly. That is handwritten assembly. I'm not sure why it's building that. So looking at the other ones... So, CFP sections, start proc. Let me see what those sections actually do. So that's call frame information. Alright, I think I know how I fix this. What I am assuming is we go to the top level GCC. I'm guessing there's configure checks for this. CFI. So checking for assembler CFI stuff. And it says no. So you shouldn't be trying to use this, but I feel like you're probably trying to use these. So it is defined that CFI directives are 0, 0, 0. So... I'm gonna look at the file it's actually using. So let me do that. Okay, so unknown opcodes. libgcc, gcc configure. Okay, hold on. GCC config i386 sigwin asm. Okay, so there is a have gas CFS section here. So that includes autohost.h. And that is defined there. The thing is, it's defined 0. which isn't going to work correctly because it is technically defined. Yeah, autohost.h CFI. Yeah, it needs to be undefined. That's... Okay, that's actually kind of annoying. How the hell do I fix that? Alright, let me jump into Makefile. Is that an auto-generated file or not? Also, I just lost chat because apparently auto-host C. Generated config in... Yeah, so that's definitely not right. Let me find the CFI stuff. So CFI... Because that needs to be undefined. Have gas CFI directive. Right, that's not actually the right configure script. That's the right configure script. CFI. Yeah, see, that's not going to work right. I think it's easier to patch the code than try and patch the configure script. Because I think if I try and patch the configure script, I might actually lose my mind. That theoretically shouldn't be all that hard to fix. Okay, so I blotched that. Alright, you know what? Fine. I've been to Slovenia. I watched Skyfall at the movie theater in Lujalamba. An interesting city because there's nothing interesting about it. Alright, let's see if that actually solved the build issue. Because if we can build libgcc, we are very much in business. We should have a working C compiler. Hey, Soulcatcher. God, this is... I am literally hacking GCC. This is going down the deep voodoo rabbit hole. Kirby, thank you for the $3 tip. Which is actually funny because I don't think I have the tip jar link pinned anywhere. I think it's in the stream description. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel about this. The beatings will continue until it will compile. Which is a good thing? Question mark? I mean, at that point, I might be able to actually build Hello World, because then I'll have a libgcc that works. Yeah, I mean, the Abyss is staring back at me. The Abyss and I are on kind of good terms. You know, I can control C this, and I can run it with a J factor. So, this is a virtual machine. I'm not quite crazy enough to do this on real hardware. I'm going to stretch, I'm going to let it build, and when I'm going to come back, it's going to be done or still building. It's not going to fail. Oh, wow, it actually worked. It actually flipping built. It's a miracle. Okay, N Commander 1 GCC 0. So let's see if this actually can, like, build a binary now, because now we should have a oh, holy crap, did that actually work? Holy crap, we have a working compiler. Holy shit, it works. That is a working C compiler. That's the first stage one. But it built Hello World. That is fucking victory. Yes! Okay, this project is not dead, and this is probably the first time anyone has ever built GCC 4.6. It's becoming very clear to me that that is actually the case. Hello World was successfully built. Now we still have to build the rest of GCC, which is not a fast process. Holy crap, that is a victory. We still gotta build the rest of it, but that is me feeling very smug right now. Yeah, it means the stage 1 compiler is good. We still have to build all the stage 2 compilers, so we're not out of the woods yet. But it means that it means it can build assembly, it can link the binary. We basically just checked all the linker crap, and it is linking successfully. feeling. Like, that is legitimately a good feeling. I kind of want to burn an incense. I think the burner's in the other room, so I'm going to go do that so I can enjoy a nice smoke smell. So I have incense sticks, but okay, I guess that works. Okay. So let me enjoy some lavender smoke. Not to be confused with magic smoke. I have some lavender smoke to purify the air. Sorry, that it's rare when I just like get a pure drop of dopamine like that, but seeing that actually work was like my brain. That's like getting a level up in RuneScape. So yeah, we have entered legitimately cursed status. This is probably going to take another... Assuming everything else just builds, which is not exactly optimistic, it's probably going to take 3 hours to build the damn thing. I kind of wanted to let it just get back to building before I do anything. Let me write in my notes that that was a build failure that actually happened. Right now here in Greece, it is 6:41 p.m. etref, yeah, that's the goal, to build Linux from scratch on top of Windows XP. I have regressed to my full form keyboard typing. I'm literally writing the script for this devlog as we're doing it, because we're going to be sitting here for a while. Like, this is quite literally the definition of paint drying. Stage 2. Fully functional. GCC with all. Well, 7 megabytes of memory allocated. It starts building around 8.8 megabytes. Watching the process. Task manager. Seven megabytes. Yeah. It's all Kevin mech lead music. Like, I really need to get the White Bat audio library on this system. I have part of it on the ThinkPad because honestly, I like rocking out to synthwave. But yeah, this is gonna. We may not finish this today. We're making headway, but it's certainly not getting there quickly. I'm really hoping this isn't going to be a 12-hour stream because I might cry if it is. Like, I'm not ready for a 12-hour stream. I'm really not ready for a 12-hour stream. This is probably going to be a 12-hour stream. Who the hell am I kidding? We're probably going to have an hour of just watching Make grind because it's going to do this step at least 3 times every time it finishes a stage. And every time the goddamn build hangs. There were. Okay, so it's about to finish going through libgcc. Now it's going to go into libgcc. It should finish this step in a moment. So now I need to start paying attention to the build process. Actually, Alright, so now it's doing file copies and such. Yeah, it's doing an install step. So now it's leaving that directory. Where is it going next? I think it's going to... I don't know if it's going to start stage 2 or not. I suspect it's got more to build before it can go to stage 2. McCloud. Yeah, you're right. Well, right now I'm writing the script for this while it's still fresh in my brain. Like, with it just sitting away and building, it's not all that bad. So now it's going to enter another directory. I'm guessing it is currently enumerating files again. Nope, it is entering another directory. It just removes stage current. I'm guessing it's going for stage 2 now. Yeah, it's counting up files again. Hey, there we go. Configuring stage 2. So now we are on stage 2. So the next build failure, if there are any, will probably be in the C++ code. That should be a pretty obvious failure when we get to it. Alright, so now we're on to zlib. So I've upgraded, but Alright, let me see what chat's saying while I'm typing. I'm currently up to the point of talking about the awk failure. At least I'm getting lots and lots of content for this. Alright. So 153 viewers. So it is getting to... So I think this is building GCC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is building GCC, XGCC Stage 2. Well, it's configuring for Stage 2. I shipped a patch copy. Shipped a patch copy of Newton's resources. Fortunately, I'm sitting here at the desk, so whenever the screen blacks out, I can just shake mouse and make things go. And the assembler, I should probably disable that. I'm pretty sure that's just screensaver. So screensaver, that would be under display. Screensaver, none. All right, there we go. Yeah, we already built NetHack. We're currently dealing with patching stuff. I'm going to have to look and figure out what's going on with that donate bar. I probably should turn it off. Because I am legitimately not sure why that is not going up. Yeah, I'll just turn it off. This has already been a very successful stream regardless, so I'm kind of happy with it. So yeah, we did build NetHack. We've built a bunch of other stuff, and it's just me kind of sitting here watching it out of the corner of my eye while writing the script for this. And the assembler. I feel like I should be giving commentary, but I literally don't know what else to say. We're literally just waiting for this to build. Is CC1 the component that we were having problems with GCC 3.3? I'm pretty sure it was. Let me look up in my script. It has been on that screen for a while. No, it's not frozen. It's still going. I never played Marathon. I tried it a few times. I just couldn't get into it. I used to love the lore of Bungie games a lot, and I was a huge Halo fan. Although I actually enjoyed Halo 4 and Infinity. I thought Halo 5 was crap. I know that Infinity actually gets a lot of not a lot of love. Like, there's a lot of people that thinks Infinity is not that great, but I actually really like the campaign and story. I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but considering the absolute train wreck the Halo 5 left the campaign story at, I think they did well with it. And yeah, it's kind of an ASMR channel right now. I'm assuming... What is it trying to actually build? I'm assuming it's doing libgcc. Or GCC itself. Yeah, no, that is actually what it's doing. Alright. No wonder it was taking so long. Alright, there it goes, and I can hear all the fans speeding up. So, I have currently ran... How much? 1,400 words for basically this script right here. I'm got to figure out how I'm going to type up the define error. I just kind of need to do it. I can write script well. Oh wow, my ability for English is quickly escaping. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely running XGC. It's building it. It's basically building GCC with itself now. So this is GCC 4.6 building GCC 4.6, which is actually a fairly good sign that this compiler might actually be healthy. I think I need another ward of evil, also known as a lavender incense. I'm just going to ward off the I'm just going to ward off the cursed evil that this build is probably introducing into the world. I don't even know what dinner is going to be. I legitimately don't know what dinner's going to be. Tomorrow is lamb. I know that because it's Easter proper. But I think probably leftovers. I have a couple of frozen pizzas, but I don't think I'm going to cook tonight. Well, you say, well, I have a Kong Strong energy drink sitting here at my desk. So it's like, yeah, that's GCC building away. We've had to patch a lot of build hours to get it this far, but it is building. Slowly, but it is building. It still tastes better than Red Bull. Honestly, it doesn't taste bad at all. Maybe it's different in different regions. Like, I'm looking at the can right now, and the label is... It's only in Greek and English, so maybe the shit that you have here in Greece is actually good. Or at least less bad. Yeah, I mean, that's building pretty much just fine. Great Cukes, it's because I probably downloaded the wrong file. No, I just had to downgrade them to find working ones. Yeah, I think I must have downloaded an old I think I downloaded an old GCC then by accident. I'm not going to bother. Yeah, if I grab the wrong GCC, let me look. I don't really want to look because that's just gonna make me feel bad if I actually grab the wrong one. Which probably means I did. Yeah, no, I grabbed the wrong version. I grabbed 4.6.3 instead of 4.6.4. I'm not going to do this again. I'm just going to keep rolling with this one unless I actually hit a reason to upgrade it. Well, that's an embarrassing mistake. Let me add that to the script. I don't care much. I could probably just apply a patch file and upgrade it that way. Yeah, they usually have a patch file between the previous version and the current one. Yeah, they do. So I could just apply a diff to it and hit make. But I think I legitimately do not care. I don't care enough. It should be good enough for what we're doing. Maybe it'll deal with like that is a lot of assembler warnings that it's spitting out. I mean, it seems to be fine regardless, but it is interesting that it's spitting out that many assembler warnings. It's probably some of the assembly code generated by GCC 4.6 it doesn't completely like. I don't think it's a big issue. I mean, it's grinding away just fine. Like, I could apply the patch and make it work. Let me look at the change log, see if there's anything I care about. Yeah, it just looks like a small handful of bugs at that. Yeah, it just fixes a handful of ice regressions. Probably none I care about. Yeah, none of these I seem to actually care about. Like, there's a small number of regressions here. If we hit one of the ice patches, I guess I will have to upgrade the compiler, but the vast majority of these look like... Yeah, some of them are C++, and a lot of them are actually Fortran. So I could apply the fixes. If we run into an internal compiler error, so be it. The only bug that is actually like high priority is a bug on ARM, which is not relevant for us. I mean, when I build the cross compiler, I can build free 464 instead of 463. It shouldn't matter building as a cross compiler. So, you know, slightly famous last words, but you know. Like, all this compiler has to be good enough to do is actually build GCC itself as a cross compiler. It doesn't have to be perfect. Ah, crap. Something broke. Something broke. Undefined reference. So where were we in the build process? So C family, C++ built in. What were we actually trying to build? So C1++, checksum. Undefined reference to IXA6 macros and pragmas. That's not good. Ah, crap. I went too far into the, it's not where I want to be. I think it's build... Let me see here. Where would that build directory be? No, actually, that may be the right build directory because we also have prev GCC. Yeah, we do have previous GCC here. I should have copied that build error to here. I probably... Oh, that's going to run that stupidly long make step, which I really don't want to let build. I3D6, built-in types. I can remember what that option was. So yeah, it was, let me see here. NMC pragmas. You know, if I type gmake, oh, there is no gmake here, so C pragma. So yeah, that's what it's looking for. And it is there. I36C. Okay, so that symbol is actually there. So why isn't it linking with that? Like, what else is in I386? CO. Is that where the other symbol is? I don't remember what the actual other build failure is. I'm going to have to run gmake here. And then we just have to wait a long time. Theoretically, yeah, it would be possible to do newer GCC, but it would be much, much harder. Because I'd have to find all the stuff. At least this part still has vestige support. Like, if I went with GCC 4.2, it would just probably just flat out build. 4.6 lets me go all the way to kernel 3.0 though, so I kind of want it. Even if I'm going to have to be very, very patient to get it. Assuming I can figure out why it's not, you know, working. Oh, and chat just crapped out on me. Yeah, this is, I'm gonna have to wait for it to count all the memory. This is easily the worst part of this project, is waiting for Make to do its thing. I'm assuming, you know, it's almost certainly due to a... what it probably is it probably needs... It's probably a linker... Not a linker thing. A file path issue, which doesn't completely surprise me. Yeah, I am starting to get a little fatigued, but I want to just see how much farther I can get. Like, we are just crossing the 7-hour mode. I never found an alternative for XRDP. I disabled Wayland and I went back to using it because Wayland did not have a viable option for me. Xfire was Wayfire was just garbage. It would get stuck with key presses and such. It was just not good. Oh, that's interesting. Open source DMR modem implementation in SDR with GNU Radio and Codec 2. That actually is really cool. I just happened to look at Hacker News for the hell of it. Yeah, that's interesting. So it uses TDMA, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. Something I'll read later. 5 megabytes out of 8 parsed. Just seeing what else is currently here on the list of things. me take a look at what chat's saying, because I'm kind of getting to the point that I think I want to take an energy drink. Enlightenment just really shocks me at how garbage. Not enlightenment. Alignment's another one of those things that took a very long time to do anything, but like Wayland just. I understand when the want and desire to replace X, but my God, Wayland never feels like a solution to anything, and it doesn't seem like it's getting better. Like I feel like anything, it's getting worse. But what do I know? I stopped using Linux because I kind of gave up on it as a lost cause. Yeah, I mean, there's some people that Wayland works great for, but there's a lot of common use cases that it just doesn't. Like, trying to use RDP on a Raspberry Pi is kind of the first one that comes to mind. Like, I regret getting a Pi 5. I feel like a Pi 4 would have worked a lot better. It's taking several minutes from typing the command and it actually doing anything is like the thing that kills me the most. Because I'm going to have to look at this command and figure out what it's doing, because I suspect this is a makefile problem. Because I'm pretty sure all the symbols are there. I'm just confused on why they're not actually going. Okay, 8 megabytes allocated. It starts building at about 8.6. Let's see here. I'm just talking. I'm not even talking about gaming. I'm just talking about using Wayland normally. All right, so it jumped up to 10 megabytes, which means that this is about to start. Well, I mean, Rosie, you could describe GNOME Net like that for a long period of time. Yeah, so that's... Let me grab these log messages. Alright, let me see here. So the symbols that it's looking for are register pragmas and target pragmas. So yeah, so there's the symbol. At least I think it is. So register pragmas and target. Yeah, there's target macros. And T should, I believe T is that the symbol's there. So is this file not being included? I386. So what is it actually trying to build? So it's trying to build GCC plus 1. So let me open the make file and see what it's actually like trying to do. Because I get the sensation that this is... Alright, let's take a look at the make file. So CIX64. Oh, that's not what it's called. It's called I6A4C. So target specific C object file. And that gets put there. So we keep looking at this make file. It's trying to build CPP1 plus. So it's trying to build the C++ one. So extra objects. Did I just accidentally close the make file? I think I just accidentally tried to close the make file. So that's language-specific binaries. So that's CP-lang. And that ends up where? So GT files. So here's C pretty print, which comes here to the C common objects. Yeah, so that's all C family stuff. It does seem to me that this needs like one additional object line. So let me make this maximum. But I'm confused as to why I need to do this. Also, I fucking hate the Windows terminal. I wish I had a... I mean, I could use Telnet to build this, and maybe I should, because then I'd have a less horrible time of it. Alright. So that should be the command line basically put back together. So if I paste you in here, I'm guessing that command line is too long for it to actually, you know, work. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Fucking long, overly long command lines. Actually, part of this is too long. Yeah, that part should not be there. Yeah, so those are the build failures. Let me just make sure I have this basically correct. Assuming I'm going to basically have to save this as a shell script. And then hopefully I can now just paste this in. Yeah. Did I miss the line or something? Like, why is that? I really don't want to run gmake again. Like, don't make me have to do that. That is going to be so miserable. Yeah, I don't think that copy and pasted correctly. I think I need to save this as a script and then run it directly. Okay, so that does actually give me all of that. So I then... Do I just have to add, like, the CX... what was it called? IX... i3A6C. Because that does really feel like that's a makefile problem. So if I add that, does the problem go away? Because if the problem goes away, that's like a good thing. So i3d6c.o. Yeah, well, that fucking built. It's fucking magic. I don't know why that built and other crap did not. Like, alright, where's Notepad++? So this basically ends, what does this end up at? So this opens attributes. So where's the start of this command line begin? So CP1, so it starts with CP Lang. Like that did build CP, that did build CC1 plus. Does it actually work? Seems to work. So that's the C++ compiler front end. I am deeply confused on how this is all supposed to work. Like, it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. So it goes to compilers. I mean, that might actually be the end of the build process, but we're going to have to wait several minutes for that to actually work. Well, let's see if that does anything. That's kind of my take on this right now. We'll see if that actually finishes the build stat, and then come back to it. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to grab a bit of bread while we wait for Make to run. Pretzel rolls are good. Yep, no, that's still got plenty of time to go before that actually finishes. So apparently they're doing something in town at 11 tonight. Hopefully I'll be awake for it. I stepped away from keyboard for a bit. We're waiting for Gmake to build the call graph, which is not quick or fast. I'm currently eating a pretzel roll. Pretzel rolls are nice. Now we just gotta get through this build stuff. Right now, it's just a matter of waiting for Gmake to run. This is the most infuriating part of the thing right now. Apparently, Canada's early voting has gone so long they're having queues. Thank you for 2002 Windows 10 for the sub. Eric Wood, if it bothers you, it bothers you. Either I'm going to be sitting here. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so you know, geez, give me a break. Now, which screen is Discord going to open on? Because I don't actually have Discord up. Assuming it even opens. Or maybe it's just not going to open because, you know, that would require shit to work. All right, set 6.7 megabytes of memory usage because it's the only way we can track to see what Gmake is actually fucking doing, which I find really irritating, but okay. I'm kind of hoping, since that CC1 Plus, that the rest of the stage 2 build will go, but I still have to actually go back up to the top level folder and run this again. I actually was at 45k subs. The streaming Greek caused me to lose something like 400 subscribers, which is why I moved it to its own channel. Because obviously it was becoming pretty clear that that was going to be a thing. Like, I lost a lot less subs doing stuff for Pride than I did for that. Alright, 7.7 megabytes of memory usage. Seriously, just watching Make having to run is really like... I'm just randomly scrolling through crap on the internet. So how are we doing? We're still building GCC. It fell over due to a linker problem with CC1+, which is not super optimistic, but it wasn't hard to clear it, at least manually. I don't see a good way to edit the make file. That's going to be a problem in stage 3, but at least it's a predictable problem. So if this build step finishes, I have to go back to the top level folder and then let it run again, because Jesus fucking Christ, this is a slow process. I mean, it's very, very hand-holdy. Alright, so now it's at 10 megabytes, which means it should start running the build here momentarily. Yeah, I'm about just a little bit under halfway to the play button. Like that, but the thing is, I've been almost halfway to the play button for a while. I just haven't put out a whole lot of content recently. I don't trust Social Blade, to say the least. Although, is it predicting that my channel is going to shrink? Which doesn't really surprise me if it's just looking at the last few streams. I'm assuming it's building something right now. I'm just not sure what it is building. Oh, it looks like it's installing headers. Okay. You pull up Process Explorer. I'm assuming it's doing stuff with Perl. Maybe not. Looks like it's just all shell script all the way down. I guess right now we're just waiting to see. Yeah, it's running fix includes. I'm assuming that this is running like another long, complicated make step. Is there anything going up in memory? I mean, I'm used to this step taking quite a while, so I guess it's not unusual. because it's going to go through... Yeah, it's doing a whole bunch of sed stuff. It's fixing headers. Probably doesn't have a whole lot to fix, but it is definitely a process it's running. So yeah. Alright, we just basically sit here. This step shouldn't take that much longer. There's no McDonald's anywhere close to me. The closest one is, I think, in Athens. So, I haven't had McDonald's in almost half a year. Probably longer than that, but... yeah. I still need to do a bit more script rating. I probably have maybe... we're coming up on the 8-hour mark, so... I'm kind of getting to the point that I sort of want to kill it soon. The thing is that we haven't even reached an insurmountable build problem. Like, this issue will show up again during stage 3, but it hasn't, like, completely broke. Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to, is extreme hand-holding of GCC. The cross-compiler itself should be relatively straightforward. I just need to get over the hurdle. Actually, I'm curious what Free for Free Canada's suggesting the poll results are. I'm assuming it's there are Free 8 Canada, not Free for Free. I'm assuming they're predicting Liberal win. Yeah, it's... Likely seats look like it's 145 likely. Yeah, Conservatives are going to have an uphill battle for this one. They might still get it. From what's known as what is essentially the shy Tory effect. Because we've seen in recent years that polling is very inaccurate. I don't know if Canada has the same sort of issues that the United States has with that, but... I mean, let's be honest. Every poll said Harris was going to win, and then Trump basically took it. So, yeah, well, we'll know... When is the election finish in Canada? I think, like, tomorrow? Yeah, 188 seats projected for Liberal, 123 for Conservatives. Bloc is 22, NDP 9, and Greens 1. this build step is taking its sweet ass time. What the hell is actually, like... let's open Process Monitor and see what it is actually doing. Yeah, it looks like it's just processing header files. It doesn't look like it's actually, Yeah, well, that is some slow-ass I.O. I'm assuming... Yeah, I'm guessing this is Bash. It's running... Gmake... No, it's currently saying it's running Gmake install. Is Gmake building... Oh, yeah, no, look. Gmake is counting up to 8 megabytes again because it's recursing upon itself because of course it fucking is. This kind of is very slow, very painful. And I'm still going to have to run this on the top level folder, but the top level folder takes even longer. So if this folder fails, I'm only screaming internally slightly, not by much, just enough to wake up the dead. So if it's booting up another copy of Gmake, it looks like it'll be there in probably 30-40 seconds. Yeah, but I mean, seriously, the fact that GCC takes 5 minutes to run here is just... blah. Hey, level 90 Druid. It is... We're making some headway on GCC. We got stage 1 done. It croaked in stage 2, but it's not completely clear how much it croaked in stage 2. And there's likely to be further indigestion as we go along. Okay, that did stuff. So now it's doing 4 files. Yep, okay, it's doing all the header fix-ups. And that step finished. So that's the stage 2 compiler actually built. So now we gotta go back to the top level folder and rerun Bootstrap. So that's gonna run for another 10 minutes. Oh, this is painfully slow. I'm not even gonna like say it's not slow, it's just painful. Especially because I didn't fix that last build failure correctly. I'm not sure how to clear it. So it's going to die one more time on stage 3 at a minimum. But at least now I know how to fix that issue. Of course, we now just have to wait for this step to run, which is going to be at least probably another 10 minutes of Make just doing shit. Yep, and we just watched that little bar count up. Extreme thumb twiddling. I can't even find the energy to finish out my script right now. I've got 1,800 words written. I probably won't need too much more to finish out the script for the next devlog. I don't know if I'll get it edited tomorrow. Maybe. Just given how long this is. At least I found my DaVinci Resolve speed editor, which definitely makes it kind of easier. But yeah, I'm going to have to do the thing with the thing. And at least it's much nicer to live stream with both monitors up and running. I'm sorry, I have run out of useful commentary. I legitimately don't know. I'm assuming it's basically unoptimized. Like, Services for Unix uses the original POSIX API built into the Windows NT kernel and then expands upon it. It's likely using code paths in NT that is just not particularly well optimized. That and GCC is a fucking massive code base. I've seen GCC grind to a halt on other systems, but this is kind of exceptional on how slow it actually is, given it's a lot of little tiny files. So, yeah, we just kind of need to be patient and let it go. I'll be back in a moment. I want to check something. So when it says current build stage final 3, stage current, I'm assuming it's going to loop through all of this at least twice. Because this is the first time we've had a build failure in stage 2. I should turn the light in here. Ah, light. I'm thinking this is an XP kernel thing, because combined with the fact that it's iterating a lot of tiny files, which XP isn't particularly well known for doing. Like, I remember building FFmpeg on Windows, and I remember configure and make taking a lot longer than the actual build process. So, Yeah, there's that. We're coming up on the 8-hour mark, so I suspect tomorrow I may just end up continuing this. I think we're just going to see how much farther it gets. If it gets all the way into stage 3, I'll keep it running because I know what the build failure will be for stage 3, but I'm a little not super optimistic it's going to get that far. And like I said, let me see what else I can write in the script. So I wrote in my notes the CC1 Plus issue, so I can sit and write that little bit out of the script. Probably going to get like 3,000 words, so this will probably be a 10-minute devlog once I get it recorded. It doesn't look too bad, it just, like I said, time-consuming. Well, it's paint drying on a industrial scale. We're watching industrial paint drying here. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Also, I kind of wonder where I put my cell phone. I'm assuming it's in the other room. I'm not going to go looking for it right now because I honestly didn't expect this to be this slow, and I'm really hoping I don't lose my entire weekend to this. Apparently at 11 p.m. here, they're doing more in the town square. Apparently, they have a fire flown in from Jerusalem. Well, I can't speak. That's being spread to like a bunch of other towns here in Greece. So that might be cool to go see. It kind of gives me motivation to just basically keep streaming until about 10, when I would have to shut down and go into town. So, yeah. Hey, Natasha. This is a source-based distribution of its own type. I mean, we're trying to build GCC on top of Windows, so we can build GCC. Like it's, okay. I thought the VM had crashed again. No, it was just spacing out a little bit. I don't even know what to read. Like, I have literally run out of commentary. I mean, what am I supposed to do with just slow make output? I could just complain about it extensively. Let's see if there's anything interesting on Hacker News. Hypertext TV, that sounds exciting. Copilot shows AI feels like an unwanted party guest. Yeah, that's pretty much obvious. Apparently the feds have taken control of Penn Station's rebuild, which seems weird. Because wasn't Penn Station already rebuilt? Whatever. I mean, hearing news from New York City is always interesting because, you know, hometown, but yeah. Let's see here. Google declared, yeah, I read about that one. Google was declared a online monopoly on tech streaming. Yeah. I haven't actually disabled it on this machine. I should actually like fucking do it. Apparently Zoom was down because Zoom.us was offline. Yeah, I don't usually read Hacker News. I was mostly just looking to see what's going on to, I don't know, for reasons. On my list of things I have to do after this, like I said, I have to basically edit this stream, which is gonna be suck. If I don't finish GCC, I'll do another stream tomorrow. Basically picking up. I won't do an independent. I'll basically do the next devlog when we have GCC actually fucking built. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure we can get it to build. It's just a matter of patience. Well, if Synology only allows certified HDDs, my Synology NAS is going to be in pain because I use Synology NAS. I bought it in 2021, and so I might really regret not going with QNAP. Like, let me read that. Synology certified HDDs. So it is only for the new models, but that's probably a good argument for me not to build a Synology, to use something besides Synology. Like, I've been happy with my NAS. Alright, so now it's doing libgc multi-lib configuration. So that's going to continue. Yeah, that is complete garbage if they're going to start requiring certified drives. Like, I can understand that for enterprise use, but that is just fucking dog shit. That's just sucking more money out. I mean, welcome to the world of inshitification. Okay. So now it's doing make install on libgcc. Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is Windows is black box software. I mean, even while I bitch about what Windows has become, what Linux has become, not Windows, at least the source code is still available. You can see how it works, even though it is, in many ways, pure fucking spaghetti. Right, so that's libgcc done. So let's see what Ars Technica has to say about things. Google adds feature to Google Music to end volume shifts. Thank effing God. We've also had a discovery evidence of carbon cycle on Mars. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. I mean, given everything we've learned about Mars, it does seem at one point it did actually have life. Whether it still has life is questionable, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's microbial life on Mars these days. But probably won't find out anytime soon, and new NASA budget is, shall we say, depressing. But yeah, when it comes time to build a new NAS, I'm definitely not going to be going with Synology if they're going to do this sort of shit. As long as there's a vendor that isn't doing this sort of shit, but like, fuck, I really like DSM. It works well. Alright, I think that's... Is that the end of stage 3? It may actually be the end of the stage 3 compile. Stage 2 compile. Apparently Dell did this at one point, according to the Ars Technica comment section. The main reason that I didn't want to do TrueNAS is I really wanted something that was about as idiot-proof as it could get. Like, NASs is not something I want to tinker with. I want it to fucking work. And I really was willing to pay extra for basically plug box, plug hard drives in, and it is not a problem. And my Synology NAS has been absolutely amazing in that regard. The backup software was a little bit iffy, but I've yet to see backup software that isn't a little bit iffy. So, yeah, I guess when it comes time to replace my NAS, which isn't anytime soon, although I was considering getting a storage expander for it just because I'm using about 10 terabytes on it, and that's after doing a major round of house cleaning. I mean, there's stuff I could offload to, like, Glacier, or I could just, you know, flat out delete. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my fear with this is that if Synology actually pulls this off, I kind of worry that the other big NAS vendors are going to go down that route. Because let's be honest, you know, I I hate to say capitalism is a race to the bottom, but that's kind of what it feels like. Um, I'm not sure what I would build a true NAS system out of, to be honest. Like, I guess I would have to build a new desktop system. It's not like that's a big deal, but... Let's see here. Yeah, I am deeply curious to see how that's going to affect things. Because I think a lot of people will be really fucking pissed if they have to use certified drives. See, mine's got a 4-core Celeron on my Synology to the point that I can even run small VMs on them. Well, 4.6.3 was a mistake. I wanted to grab 4.6.4, but oops. I thought I had grabbed the last version of 4.6, but apparently I didn't. Yeah. I don't know, like, there's a part of me that kind of just wants to get out of tech. Like, the idea of having to care about technology at all is just kind of depressing to me. But, I mean, we're also living in a world that if you want to be part of it, you kind of need to care. And as things stand for me right now, like, even if I finish my undergrad or finish my master's, it's what it is. We're still waiting for Gmake to do shit. I mean, it's very slowly inching through. Let's see what else I've been missing on Ars Technica. Texas is trying to requisition a space shuttle because, of course, they are. Tesla is currently being sued over odometer shit. So it does actually. So it does look like Google is actually going to be fucking declared. You know, it's already being declared a monopoly, considering the lawsuit started under Trump 1. There's pretty much no chance that this one's going away. So there's that. Well, Chris Spilkoff, what it looks like is that the way they do it on their enterprise stuff is it literally has to be a Synology branded drive, which is basically just an off-the-shelf hard drive running their fucking firmware. And that is apparently what they're going to require for the Plus models. And I'm like, blah. Wonder what our Synology actually has to say about that, because I've actually seen some pretty decent. I've got some pretty decent tips from our Synology before. Yeah, Reddit's R Synology is having a real fucking field day with this. Well, I'm not at the point that I need to replace my NAS anytime soon, so I'm not going to worry about it until it gets there. Even if even the most I may do is I may get the disc extender, but I could find a second hand version of it fairly easily because the capabilities of the NAS is fine. I may just need more storage than what I actually have. And I have my NAS set up as an SRH2 cluster. So yeah, that is entirely the way I might go with this. Is I might just build a new. I might start building a new. I don't know if I want to expand a new one. Like with drives and hardware, it was like $1,000 to build my NAS as is, and it definitely goes more. Yeah, people mentioned that Dell did that at one point. I don't remember that one firsthand, but yeah. So I'm assuming this is once again somewhere in the libgcc folder. Where is make and what is it doing? Oh, yeah, this step is about to finish. Because it's getting to the right thing. Because I'm assuming it's running the install step now, because we saw that before. Yep. Entering directory. So now it's doing multi-lib configuration for... yeah, no, it's doing configure now. So now we're... Hey, chat, look, we're actually building something. Well, I don't have a Voodoo free card, so that's basically it. This is basically an ongoing project, so until the project's done, this is what I'm live streaming. I might do something else. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. So yes, it is actually building something. My god, I can't believe it's not compiling. Yeah, I remember them pushing memory stick basically everywhere. Sony has this entire thing of just inventing new media formats and then shipping products that use those media formats. I would, I wonder if anyone's ever actually done this before. I mean, I'm actually thinking about that. Like, I've never heard anyone actually build Linux from scratch from Windows XP, but... Okay, cool. Now we are waiting for another make install step to run. I'm assuming that's going to take another 1,000,000 years. Dude. Oh no, that one was actually quick. I mean, say what you will, yeah, Nintendo did use micro SD. They used, I think, was it the 3DS or the DSi that first had the SD card slot? I mean, the Wii had the full SD, had the SD slot. I mean, it had proprietary memory cards before that, but so did every other game console, so it wasn't like they were unusual there. UEFI on Pixel Watch free with ability to boot Windows and Linux. I think I gotta look at that. I didn't even realize that Google was still making smartwatches. Now, why the hell would you actually want to run... I mean, I kind of appreciate this from the goofy and silly point of view, but the idea of running Windows 11 on a smartwatch just kind of makes me... I don't want to say it makes me feel unclean, but I don't even know where to go there. Oh look! Stage free! Holy shit, it's actually... We might actually build this tonight. This is going to fall over... This build process is going to fall over. It's going to fall over when it gets to building GCC. But holy crap, it's in stage 3. This probably would not work on ReactOS because subsystem for Unix won't run on ReactOS unless ReactOS actually implements the subsystem API. Holy crap, we're on stage 3. So, yeah, it is going to fail one more time. But that tells me... Alright, you know what? Now I'm motivated to actually see this build out to the end because I can let this run all the way through and then I can run the test suite on it between streams because the test suite normally takes hours. Like, I think the last time I ran it on x86, it usually takes about 2 hours. On this, I'm probably expecting it to take 8. No, stage 3 is a verification check. Stage 3 confirms that the stage 2 compiler can actually build itself, and then it does a comparison. So if it's building stage 3, that means it actually fucking built the C++ compiler. That is fucking... We are basically in effing business. So, holy crap. Yeah, we might actually finish this tonight. I think I'm gonna go eat a pretzel roll. I'll be back in a moment. Well, it's grinding. It is definitely grinding away. Did the stream break? Stream may have broken. I've got the warning flag telling it's doing video, having video stuff. Well, Big Edelin x86 is a fact of thing. Stratus Voss runs runs on Intel x86 with Big Edelin operations. I mean, I'm just sitting here hoping that it will. Will it build? Yeah, it's doing all the configure steps. Wow, we're up to 4,000 views on the stream, which is actually really good. Although, like I said, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I got a semi-hard stop at 10:30, so hopefully it doesn't go that long. It might go that long. You know, I know that it's missing Flex and Bison. It's not a critical failure. I only need Flex and Bison if I change the .y files or the lex files. And I haven't, so it doesn't care. God, that is a long kernel command line, or a long build command line. I went with XP because it felt properly cursed, and this was... I remember services for Unix. I first heard about it with XP, but I never played with it. So this is me just kind of catching back up with it a few years after the fact. God, editing this devlog is going to just suck. This is going to be a long devlog to edit. I don't know, like, I feel like the last version of Windows that didn't get in my face and be annoying was 7. Like, 7 felt like an actual upgrade to XP, while Vista was just bugs and bugs all the way down. And then 8 brought us Metro, and that sucked. 8.1 brought us Metro, but it has a start menu. And then 10, like, I thought 10 was decent, but I didn't like what they were doing with live tiles in the start menu. And then... No, the problem is that the GCC stuff basically runs on a loop. It's on the final build of it now. I know it's going to fail at some point because I didn't properly fix the last problem. I have to smack it by manually when we get to that point, but it should be simple enough. Yeah, so that's libcpp. Yeah, it would have been a lot less cursed had I done it on this on Windows 7. I would have started with GCC 4. I wouldn't have had to go through the hoops that I've had to go through thus far. And I'm probably going to have to go hunt some additional free disk space. Alright, so links are now set up to build a native compiler for i586 PC InterX 3.5. Hopefully when it comes to building a cross-compiler, this is going to be a lot less miserable. That may just be me coping, but that is kind of what I'm hoping for. Vista had a very cursed development cycle. Like, Vista, like... Yeah, but I mean, you had to give it a lot better hardware for it to run well, and you got very little in return for that. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, you know, with now Windows being like rolling releases, 10 years from now when we say Windows 10, it's going to be so much more fun figuring out the different versions of Windows 10. I don't know, I'm just feeling tired. I am definitely feeling tired. I want this to get to the end, though. Alright, so that's now waiting for the next step. God, yeah, I am complete. My brain is a complete potato right now. We're on stage 3 GCC build, which means that it actually built the entire tool chain and it's doing the verification build. Now, I know this is going to fall over. I just don't know when. But I know how to fix it. Huntertron, that's kind of why I switched my desktop back to Windows, because I was finding doing AV work on Linux to just be way too painful. Let's take a look. What else is there on Ars Technica? So now we're waiting for Make to run. I am definitely feeling fatigued. I really want this stream to come to an end, but I want to also get this done. So the real question now, so apparently Facebook I have not been paying attention to tech news for a while, so apparently Facebook is also now facing antitrust stuff, which would be great seeing big tech kind of broken up a bit. Microsoft has now made a 1-bit AI, which the jokes kind of write themselves on that one. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I mean, that's kind of how I feel about it. I'm literally just typing default commands here. I'm just typing make and occasionally other command from time to time. To just kind of make the thing, make things kind of work. Oh, well, that's wonderful news. Apparently, climate change is going to make rice toxic due to increased arsenic. That's lovely. Ah. Yeah, it's definitely moving. See what else is actually going. So this is building GCC proper as part of the cross compiler. I think I'm going to have to modify my command line. I'm actually pretty sure I'm going to have to modify my command line. Not by much, but I am going to have to do it. Unless it just... GCC build, previous build... Oh no, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just be... I can just run the command and make it do the thing. Because it doesn't look like... The way that the stage 3 compile works is it looks like it just moves directories around. Which I'm not really sure why they do that, but it seems to be how they do it, so, like, whatever. How long has the stream been running for? Coming up on the 9-hour mark, so this should go kaput. Actually, you know what? I'm going to control Z this. Because I don't actually want to have it run the entire build from scratch. And then, can I do source build sh? No, I can't, because it hasn't built all the files yet. Crap. Oh, that's a little annoying. That means that build's going to fail. The ASM warnings, it's probably putting some... I mean, it's a very old version of AS that's using, and it was identified as GNU AS. So I'm not going to lose sleep over it, because it does seem to be more or less working regardless. I am worried that that might break the test suite. Actually, that may have a very detrimental effect on the test suite, though. The problem is I don't know how I can get rid of that issue. I'd have to figure out what in the assembler is spitting out things it doesn't like, and then work on that. Hey, Darian. Probably about an hour left on this stream, if that. Definitely kind of feeling fatigue happening and just kind of waiting for this to get to the point where... because I'm going to have to babysit it one more time. So if I'm kind of want to check some things. I don't think I never played Doom 2016. I watched parts of a Let's Play on YouTube, but I never really played it. Last first-person shooter I think I actually played was Halo Infinite. Yeah, those assembly warnings are actually a little concerning. Like, I don't think it's actually going to break anything. Because we're building with the just-built compiler, the Nico 2. And so, if it was really doing bad things to the code gen... It should have broken by now. I don't really want to try and build new bin utilities for Interx. I have that horrible feeling that that won't work. We're currently building GCC 4.6 for Interx to then start doing a Linux from scratch system. It's probably the most convoluted way to ever run Linux. Yeah. Yeah, it's 9:20 here right now in Greece, so... So it's almost done building the compiler. I never got into playing Unreal Tournament back in the day. Like, I had a lot of friends who played it, but multiplayer first-person shooters... Like, I played a fair bit of Halo 3 on Xbox Live, but that was about it. Also, Amazon's getting ready to launch an ungodly amount of satellites to compete with SpaceX. So, yay, even more crap in low Earth orbit. Okay, so that's building collect 2. That's definitely okay. So this is about to get to the point of. Let me hit Control Z here. That was not what I meant to do. Crap. Can I build this? Okay, I can build this. So I cleared the build. So that's the build failure cleared. I didn't mean to Control C the. I didn't mean to accidentally kill the build. But that's fine because that means that the part that we care about did actually get built. I hope. Alright. That kind of sucks. The problem is that this is a European style. This is a Greek keyboard layout, and the Z key is one off from where I'm used to it. It's basically, instead of having a double length shift key, it's got 2 bracket keys on the leftmost key. And that's why I accidentally killed the build. RIP. Okay. Basically what the chat said as far as upgrading GCC, 3.3 I'd probably be able to build early 2000s kernels at most, and that's about it. So now we gotta wait for all those build steps to run. I'm gonna call it an hour right now. If regardless. Alright. 4.6 should let me build all the way into early 3.0 kernels. I might even be able to get all the way to 4.0 with it, but it depends on how late of a cross compiler I build. Theoretically, I should be able to build probably GCC 5 or 6 as a cross compiler, but I don't think I really want to beat that dead horse, go down that road, because it'll get even more complicated. Oh no, I've been around Canadians too long. I'm being influenced. Help! Next thing you say, next thing you know, I'm going to be preaching the virtues of hockey, poutine, and Montreal, because yeah. Also, apparently, J.D. Vance went to the Vatican today, and the Pope snubbed him and then sent an underling to teach him about compassion, which I find one of the funniest things I've read in the news for a while. No, if I wanted to make an ancient Greek computer, I'd have to find the what the hell's the name of that mechanism? I mean, the ancient Greeks had computers. It's the Antikythera mechanism. Antikythera. I feel like that would be easier if it was actually written in fucking Greek. But yes, no, the ancient Greeks had computers. Turns out the ancient Greeks were the computer. Yeah. I mean, if I can get 3.6 to build, that would actually be kind of like pretty decent. I don't know if it will build with that version of this version of GCC. The kernel tends to be fairly flexible on what versions of GCC it will build with, but there are limits. No, sadly, Canadian culture hasn't reached Greece yet, except in the form of Greek Canadians who come back and open a McDonald's. Well, what is a computer but just a very powerful calculator? And we are just basically waiting for the build process to do its thing. But yes, the Greeks had computers, and then their civilization fell. I will note that I'm being slightly facetious about it, but I do find it. I've always found it an interesting piece of history. I should actually go see the actual thing. I'm assuming it's here in Greece. Yeah, it's in Athens, so I guess I have an excuse to go to the National Archaeology Museum, Analogical Museum next time I go to Athens. Problem is that every time I go to Athens, I just find myself with a lot less money. God damn, getting down to Athens is not cheap. And driving in Athens just makes me depressed. I mean, you have to wonder what else exists on the shipwrecks all lining Greece. God knows that there's probably forgotten civilizations if you were able to dredge all the stuff around the Greek islands. I've had my experience with pickpockets. It's not I've never successfully been pickpocketed, but I did actually catch a woman with their hand quite literally in my pocket going for my wallet. Let's see what's on our amateur radio. I'm trying to work ISS, various antenna stuff, people building loading coils, POTA activations, and yeah, nothing all that interesting. Someone, wow, someone got a Heath kit as their first rig for like $7. I should actually learn CW at some point. Like I said, I'm just killing time because this build is going to take its sweet time. Yeah, I'm still alive because we're still building stuff. I was able to do some Greek stuff when I first arrived, but under Greek law, I can only operate with a foreign license up to 90 days. So after I got past the 90-day mark, my amateur radio license turned into magical pixie dust. Plus, without an amateur extra license, I wasn't able to operate at all, and it took me 2 months of study and practice before I could actually pass the extra exam. I mean, at some point, I will get back to mod Minecraft. I just don't know when, and maybe that will actually be the tomorrow stream because I'm feeling a little burnt out on this. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm going to get it done, and I have this entire week open, which is really nice because it's Easter break for Open University. So I might as well take advantage of that. Oh god, and apparently so there was a post on our next effing level of an antenna filled with squirrel with nuts from a squirrel, and of course our amateur radio asking, what type of antenna is that? Yeah, so there is a decent chance I can get kernel 3.6 to actually build. If it builds, awesome. If not, I'll have to probably go back a few versions, but that does seem to be a pretty good place to start. And yeah, so Debian 8 is probably going to be that actually seems like a good starting point. Let's see here. GCC, when did GCC 4.9 come out? Because it's usually like a, so GCC 4.9 came out 2016, and 4.6 is 2013. So the question is, how much did the Linux kernel depend on features added in a 3-year period? Linux kernel 3.19 came out February 2015. So yeah, no, there's actually a pretty good chance that 3.19 actually does build. And that would be nice. So I'm pretty sure this is basically going to finish. I can then just run make check on it and basically call it good. So I still have to run the install script, which will take a while. I did not intend to stream for what will probably be a 10 flipping hour stream, but so be it. Tomorrow might actually just be Minecraft because I'm going to be a goddamn potato after this. Like, I did not intend to stream for this many hours. It says 4.19 or 3.19. Because if 4.19, so Linux 4.19 GCC version. So apparently 4.19 actually it checks for kernel for GCC 4.6 or 0 newer. So apparently 4.19 is actually viable. What's the modern the kernel depend on? I'm assuming it's newer than that. So the magic file in the magic file is include Linux compiler CC. So I'm actually curious what the current compiler minimum is. Let me take a look. So include What's the magic file here? It is include. Actually, there is a document that has it. It's in documentation processes. Processes. Changes. Yeah, so current kernel is 5.1 as a minimum. I could conceivably get 5.1 as a cross compiler off a 4.6 native compiler, but I'm actually thinking 3.16 makes a lot of sense because that's an LTS release, which means that it's conceivably going to work decently in Hyper-V. Yeah. So we're almost, like I said, we're almost to the end of this build. It has been quite literally a slog. Yeah, it's bit rotted a lot. I've had to make quite a few patches to get this working. That being said, the fact that it's actually working is kind of impressive in a sort of horrifying way. That being said, I guess I'm going to be up and awake to go see stuff in town, although God knows my brain is going to be complete potato by the time we get to there. Because God knows, like, keeping up a conversation for 10 hours is easier said than done. Like, I could probably patch support back into GCC. It's not terribly difficult to add a new platform. From what little of the code I actually read, it looks like it's built directly on the Sigwin target from within GCC, so it's conceivable that it would be relatively straightforward to add a new target that lets Interx work with newer GCC. ... question mark. I don't think I'm quite that crazy to do it, but maybe I should make a note of it. Wouldn't be the first time. No, that was a video. That was in a That was in Soft Landing Linux where I had to patch an old hard drive thing. And now Reddit is recommending me our live stream fail. My God, it's almost like it knows I'm live streaming. Wait, is that a typo? Or is there really a neo woo fetch? I'm just mad. Didn't someone make like uwu fetch or something of that nature? Because like, there's like. God, every time I look at live streaming drama, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Well, if 419 also works, then that's an option. The user land gets considerably harder to build the later down we go, but the process from this point is I need to make a minimum GCC compiler. I have to build the kernel headers, I have to build glibc, and then I have to rebuild GCC as a cross compiler. Also, I need a bin utilities in there somewhere. So yeah, that's kind of how this goes. 140. It's kind of amazing. We've had 4,000 views on a stream. I'm curious to see how the VOD does. This is legitimately, though. Yeah, looking at fucking live stream trauma is like, Jesus Christ. I don't know why I'm looking at it. I think it's just because I'm browsing Reddit, not logged in. Because I'm not logged. I'm on the streaming account on the desktop. I'm just waiting for this to do something. It's like, I know it's going to do something, and it's like, I feel like I need to get a giant stick. Yeah, we're at 120. Well, I got two numbers in my panel. The panel says I have both 128 and 136 concurrent viewers. At least the stream seems like it's like been mostly behaving itself today. So that's going. Well, that is an interesting approach to getting the mall number. I'm a little surprised that you can run a Windows application directly from Subsystem, although they probably did make the Win32 compatibility a little bit better. Alright, so it's still gotta get through... Yeah, it's gotta get through the libgcc multi-config. So, it's almost out the other end. At least Albert Einstein super chat from earlier, the one that was getting all real interesting on its like numbers, seems to have stabilized at 37 likes, which is kind of awesome. So it's currently running that make step. So build GCC is the one that takes the longest. It's already done libcpp. So I think that's all the build steps done? Maybe? Oh, great. Microsoft killing yet another system component, because of course they are. Oh, that just sounds... Just sounds like par of the course. Okay, so that build step is done. It says leaving directory / build. Does that mean it's actually flipping done? Because then I can run make install and we could actually install the damn thing. So I'm starting to bump up towards the end of... Yeah, I think the build is actually done. Nope, it says it's entering directory. I just have no idea what it's doing. I don't remember what it builds after libgcc. But I think when we got through that step the last time, it basically was done. Because it's now on the second level of makefile, so... I think it's checking all the build stamps. I think once it finishes that, it might actually be done. So it is ticking up again. Bogart Ali, thank you for the subscription. Oh, we're going... It's getting rid of stage current. So now leaving directory build. It is astounding that make is this slow. Like, obviously it's just due to the fact that GCC is a massive package. And I'm really happy I'm not stuck building the Ada compiler. Because if I had to build the Ada compiler, I think I would have cried. Seems to be going through leaving test directories. I am legitimately concerned that when I go to run the test case, it's going to blow up because it might throw, it might have issues due to the warnings. Like, I should actually look at that. So GCC test case compiler warnings. I'm assuming... I legitimately don't know. I have to think about this one because if that assembly error is going to give a fair bit of warnings, yeah, because I'm assuming like it's not doing it on everything. It's really like the C++ compiler that's unhappy. But yeah, it does apparently. Apparently, that is definitely issue with old old gas, and I'm pretty sure that this is like 2003 gas on a compiler that's 10 years newer. Ada is a programming language that's supported by GCC that has some very interesting bootstrapping requirements. I think I'm It's definitely still very much going. What are you currently doing? Because, like, you can open up handles, and Chrome just lost the chat again. It's 10 o'clock now. I am beyond potato brain. Yeah, like, we can see that it's still going through and, like, selecting files and such. It is definitely old gas situation. It's an old gas on a I don't know. I can't even think where my brain's going with this one. I'm assuming it's waiting for it to run. Yeah, it's Gmake is ticking up again. So it's still doing the thing. I remember when gas was old and affordable. There's your old, there's your rock band song. It's like we could do a song. When I was just a kid, gas was old and it was affordable. Oh God, improv is not my thing. Still waiting. I'm assuming it's working on libgcc. It's just not libgcc, GCC fall. So let's see what's going on in chat while we're just thumbing our fingers really quickly here. Yeah, I've experienced €2 a liter gasoline. It was like at 190 a few weeks ago here, and that sucked. I think it was 170 today, 160 something. So yeah, memory usage has to tick up to 8.6 megabytes, and then the build should continue going. Multi-track drifting. That I'm assuming the YouTube the background music is playing something relevant, because again, I don't hear it. I have speakers. All right, so another 500 kilobytes of memory usage before we know it's going to do something. Okay, 800, 8,000. Wow, brain is completely splat. Yeah, so it's definitely running for the GCC folder right now. And there it goes. So now it's building Liberty. And hopefully it just finishes. I guess it doesn't really matter the order it's building stuff in, because it's rebuilding the compiler with a completed compiler. Like, Yeah, it seems to make sense to me. Ah, crud. Hold on, hold on. Oh, wait, did that actually... Nope, that flipping did not finish. That was the build failure I was expecting. And that took, like, what, 20 minutes to get to that build failure? Ugh. Alright. Let's... Where did it actually, like, die on? Control C. Because I gotta figure out where that build failure actually was. And then I'm going to have to fix that build failure. So let me grab Mark. Like, it doesn't feel like it's any different on this one, but I'm assuming it's doing this in a different folder. If I go here into the GCC folder, do I have CP1 plus? I have the checksum. I have XGCC. So presumably it is actually the same command line. Because if I look in CC1, I have CC1. CC1 plus, I don't have, which I should have. So if I do source to let that build the linker. Oh, is that the orbital music from Kerbal Space Program? Alright, so that gives us CCP plus. Let me run gmake in this folder, and then I need to run it in the top level, and that should be the build done. Problem is that it's waiting for all the flipping steps to line up and, like, actually go. We're almost at the 10-hour mark. I think I'm going to tap out at 10 hours. Because, yeah, I'm sort of... Alright, give me a moment, I gotta check on something. So, now I was just figuring out when I have to actually go into town if I want to see, like, the midnight Easter stuff. So I think I gotta leave here. I've got an hour. I mean, I'm kind of in for a penny, out for a pound at this point, and given the fact that we're already at the goddamn 10-hour mark. Well, at this point, I think I'm going to basically just stay up so I can go see the stuff in town at midnight. I wasn't planning on it, but I figure if I'm already up, and at least this is over the hurdle for this project, so to speak. I hope. The fact that Gmake is this slow is just excruciating. But yeah, I'm going to go have a little snack. I was just figuring out stuff, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. It's still adding up its files. And I had a coconut cookie. I also gotta close the window. Because it is starting to get cold here. Well, I'm not dead yet, so stream's still going. Alright, catch you later. This has been a much longer stream than I intended, but it is streaming. How soon until this starts doing things again? Like, I have to keep looking at Task Manager to make sure. Alright, so it's at 5.9 megabytes of memory usage. So at 8.7 megabytes, it starts doing stuff. Oh, it's actually cold enough here that I'm sort of debating turning on the heater. And then I'm just going to sit here. And then apparently Thailand has unveiled the first AI RoboCop, which, yeah, we're living in the world's worst timeline. At least it hasn't been, built by Omni Consumer Products. Because if it did, it would be just bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure GCC is going to compile at this point. I mean, it's already compiled. I just have to handhold it for the rest of the build. And once we've done that, we're basically free, home free. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, now I'm kind of worried that like Reddit sounds are going to escape onto my stream. Which, like whatever. Oh god, Ami Consumer Products is a real company now. It's like joy. Well, the Nico 2, I was able to get it to build in stage 2. I just don't know how to fix the make file so it will build automatically. Because the make file does weird make juju, so I just built the target manually. And hopefully I've built the target manually in such a way that it will be happy. It should go here any second now. Any second now. Oh, come on, just start. It's literally like watching a memory check on an old PC boot up. Like, that's literally what I feel right now. And then as soon as the memory check's done, it's going to start spitting out lots of things. I just heard all the fans spin up. Oh, there we go. So now it's doing all the crap with the headers, which is what we saw last time, and then we just need to run the top level make file, and then the build is effing done. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. I don't think the test suite's going to run properly with the assembler spewing noise. God, I said that like 10 minutes ago. Is the stream lag really that bad? Like, considering I'm on deep shit internet, as brought to you by the world's worst now, there's worse than Vodafone. Vodafone for making you miss Comcast. Also, why is Windows Security complaining? Fuck it, I will deal with that later. Alright, so that's building that target. Well, if the Cirrus Cybernetics come... No, let's be honest. Given enough time, I'm pretty sure Tesla's complaints department will take up 10 planets. Yeah, no, I could completely see. I could completely see Cirrus Cybernetics Corporation being an Elon Musk company. It would be about on par. Complete with genuine people's personalities. God, if it wouldn't get me content ID'd, I'd have a sudden and powerful urge to play Journey of the Sorcerer. Why is there an article here about Vegemite in Canada? Albanese claims victory in Vegemite fight as Canada concedes spread poses low risk to humans. What, did Vegemite get in trouble with the Canadian government? Zarni Whoop, I actually get that reference. I appreciate that. But, you know, there are those who always walk away from Omeles. In some ways I feel like I have. Ton Servo's used robots. Now, it's a pity we don't have a Mystery Science Theater 3000 panning... Oh god, I just realized... Is there a Cinema Sins for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? And if it doesn't give 42 sins exactly, that would be sad. Because I was watching the Back to the Future one, and the fact that he says, and it's such a baller prediction that the Cubs would win the World Series in 2015 that I will retroactively remove 15 sins from this movie if it does come true. And we're still waiting for includes to do things. I'm actually going to be curious what the watch time on the stream is going to be when I turn it off. I mean, this took a long time previously, so yeah. We have officially hit the 10-hour mark. Oh god, it's been a long time since I've done a really long stream like this. Editing this is going to be an absolute fucking bitch. Like, it's not going to be bad because I can just fast forward for all the footage that's the same. It's 42 plus 42 plus 42. I really wonder why this step takes as long as it does. Like what? Let's open Process Modder and see what it's like actually doing. See here, Process Explorer. Yeah, it's just going through all sorts of old header files. It's 10:30 here right now. If I really want to get to town by midnight, I gotta leave here around 11:15, so that marks the upper limit of how late I'm going to stream. If this finishes, it's not going to be 24 hours. I'm just basically going to... I'll let it run, and then I'll... basically, if this finishes, I'm going to let it run the bootstrap, and then I can try make check. I am not optimistic it's going to work, because the version of bin utilities we have is so freaking antique. I'm not even sure that bin utilities supports this version of Interix out of the box. Like, it might. I might be able to convince like the tools for Interix 6 to work. But yeah, it's a little bit scuffed. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Just kind of waiting for things to happen. You can see all the stuff here in Process Monitor. That's a lot of events. Yeah, so it's like touching gas. Yeah, basically it's just querying files. It's basically just getting timestamp information, which is obnoxious on how much time it takes to do that. Come on, go. I feel like I'm just like on a push, like a pedal bike, and it's just going. Really run out of commentary. Like, I thought I ran out of commentary 2 hours ago. I don't know, something hitchhikers, something. I gotta make sure I have access to ebooks while I'm doing another long live stream like this, so at least I have something to do, because I kind of gotta sit here and watch the damn thing. You all can just click off if it gets too boring. I gotta kind of see this out for the end. And now I'm looking at our Wall Street bets, and I'm just kind of... Yeah. Wall Street bets is an interesting read given what the markets have been doing recently. I mean, yeah, I know it's slow, but this is kind of like impressively slow. Like, I don't think I've ever... I've built GCC under Sigwin before, and I don't ever remember being at this level of a glacier. But it's also completely possible that all sorts of nice performance optimizations that exist in Win32 don't exist here. Yeah, apparently Wall Street Bets has been having a real, real kind of meltdown over the last, shall we say, week of markets going all over place. I doubt, honestly, I don't know if it would be faster or not under KVM. I mean, it shouldn't realistically make much difference. All thing, you know, it's unless the Hyper-V disk drivers are slow, but ultimately speaking, it's the NT, it's the XP. It's just access to a VDI file through VirtIO. It really shouldn't make that much of a goddamn difference. It's not like VirtIO has changed in a long time. That's correct. I'm going to pull up the cutting room floor. I'm going to learn interesting trivia things about stuff that's been cut from video games. This is like become my replacement TV tropes. I'm just sitting here watching the terminal. And apparently cutting room floor is not loading because why would it? That would be like... That or my internet has just completely shit itself, which... you know, is also part of the course. Well, my internet seems to be okay. Maybe it's just the cutting room floor is shut down. It is not shut down, but... I got an entire video on building Windows 1.0 software on Windows 11. It can be done. Yeah, so I don't know why cutting room floor isn't loading, which is a little bit depressing. Don't they have a subreddit? I don't know. I kind of hate the fact that I'm just just browsing Reddit right now because Jesus Christ, I got nothing else to do. Not that much on the subreddit, sadly. That's depressing. Like, I don't even know what subreddits I should go looking at. Maybe our vintage computer. Well, I ported. You can't build when you could probably run Visual C++ or Visual. Yeah, no, it'd be Visual C++ 1.5 on modern Windows. I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to do it directly in Visual C++ 2022 because the compiler only targets 32-bit and up, but you could probably coax the 16-bit compiler into working. I could see ways you could actually do it. Like, I knew someone that had to deal with a Visual C++ 6 code base, and they were able to get that compiler to run in Visual Studio 2015. It's not a matter of threads. This is literally disk I/O blocking up. I mean, you can see it here. It's literally running sequentially. But I gave it 6 cores, and it should... I mean, I can look at it right now in Hyper-V. It's generations 1, status, memory, networking... I gave it 6 virtual. It does say it's, I have 2 hardware. It says 6 processors, hardware threads per core 2. It's allowing 1 node per socket, so it should be using, given that it's got 6 cores, it should be doing so. The problem is that Make is just painfully slow on this system. I mean, it did this the first time around. What is currently... ticking up in memory usage? It hasn't frozen yet. No, it hasn't frozen. One 1.5 was the last version that supported 16-bit Windows. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. So it's not frozen. Just very... Okay, cool. That finished. Now I need to go back up 1 level. we are basically getting to the end of this stream. I'm going to probably have to shut it down before it finishes building. See, here's the thing, is that when it's running GCC in parallel, it's fast. The problem is literally make and anything that has to iterate files is just obnoxiously slow. If you want pre-Windows 3.1, you're basically limited for versions 1.2, 1 and 2. You have to use Microsoft C 4 and 5, which were DOS applications. So you can't really run them on modern Windows unless you use DOSBox. 3.0, as long as you're not using any newer APIs, it would run on 3.0. Same 3.1, and then you already mentioned 32S. So yeah, it's going to run through that. It's going to iterate through all the files yet again because this is painful. I remember reading someone that they were experimenting getting Wacom to build code for 1.0 and 2.0. I never know, I don't know if it ever went anywhere, but I vaguely remember it being discussed. My internet is kind of reaching the maximum inchification point. I'm surprised we're holding 140 viewers. I mean, Jesus Christ, you know, it's over 100. 10 hours times 100. So yeah, basically like 1,000 hours of watch time, which is really nice because that's what makes the channel kind of like, you know, pop off. You're dealing with a very limited environment pre 3.0. I mean, 1.0 didn't even have like overlapping windows. I'm not even sure what Classic Cube is. Trying to replicate old Minecraft. The oldest, like, remember, you're dealing with there's a lot of segment stuff that has to be dealt with. Like, Win32 is a 32-bit environment. You have to deal with segmenting if you're not in Win32S, so that makes the whole thing a lot harder. Yeah, but are you running in protected mode or are you running in real mode? Because you don't have the option to run without segments. Even Win32s is the only one that gave you a flat memory space with 16-bit Windows. Prior to that, you had to deal with 16-bit segments all the way down. So even if it's running in DAWs, if it's running in a DAWs extender, you have a flat memory space. You don't have to do anything special with it. Like, I'm talking near. You have to have near and far pointers. If the code doesn't have near and far pointers, it's running in 32-bit mode. And it will be very obvious from your code if it has near and far pointers. Unless your entire code base runs in 64 kilobytes. You might be able to get it to run on 3.0 because with Wacom, because Wacom had their own solution for 32-bit protected mode on top of 16-bit Windows. They only did it with 3.1, but you might be able to tweak it to get with 3.0, but I legitimately don't know. I don't know. Like, I have legitimately run out of conversation. Alright, so I'm assuming it's basically just going to run through all these build steps. I don't think it's got much more else to do at this point. Even if you can treat all pointers as far pointers, you're still dealing with a 64-bit. You still have to deal with the memory layout. When you're running under Windows, you're running under you can't make assumptions on the state of the problem is that under Windows, the PE file actually has to be laid out so the operating system can load it into memory into specific segments, because there's an entire mechanism dealing with how segments are loaded, unloaded, so forth and so on. And depending on whether you're on real mode, 286 protected mode, or 386 protected mode, the segment pointers work differently. Because under 286 protected mode, or standard mode, the protected pointers are directly go into the GDP and are limited to 16-bit segment size. On 32-bit, you still have the logical segment selectors, but you can now use 32-bit references in the registers to access the whole damn thing. So it is possible. Yeah, I make a point of calling Discord servers that I'm not active in. So even though while I do have Nitro, I think I'm only in like 40 something servers. And I haven't called it in a while. Actually, I should see what NeoZed's up to. I haven't looked at Virtually Fun for a while. I am definitely going to pull the plug on the stream soon. It's... Yeah, next 20 minutes I'm going to actually call it. Let's see here. So speaking of things taking their sweet time, how far are we? So this is at 6 megabytes 48, and I'm like, oh, I just want this to be done. I really do want this to be done. I'm pretty sure it's going to be done. I'm just... Yeah. Oh, wow. My leg's just completely locked up. I can't... This chair is crap. I really need to get, like, a better sitting device. Like a chair that has actual back support. Well, most of this has mostly been just waiting for Mate to go and then occasionally CPRing it when it dies. And it's me just kind of wanting to be done with it. I'm going to go grab some soda from the fridge, and then I got to figure about if I'm actually going to head into town in 15 minutes. Like, I'm also just killing time before midnight because, like I said, they're doing events at midnight for Easter, so there's that. it's still going, and I had a big brain moment, and when I say big brain moment, I actually mean really small. I knew I had to go out tonight, and I completely forgot to charge my phone, and it's on 10%. Fortunately, I think I have a charged USB battery pack, so it's not end of the world bad, but I'll throw that on the charger right now. It's not a matter of, it's... Windows XP is on a beefy modern rig. This is running on a 3.6 gigahertz processor, an AMD Ryzen. The problem is services for Unix has very slow I/O, and I can't cross build. Well, I could conceivably do it, but I really don't want to build. I don't want to have to cross build GCC for this. It would take me longer to build the cross compiler and then cross compile GCC than it would take me to do it this way. Yeah, this is still going. It is almost at the end. So no, this is running on modern hardware. This is not running on an old clunker. And it's still taking this long. This is services for Unix's I/O being completely garbage. Plus, the first 4 hours of the stream was just getting to the point that I could actually get GCC to build, so, you know, that. I don't know, it's good watch time, I guess. I mean, 1,000 hours on YouTube. Okay, so now it's on libgcc, building all the objects, doing make install. The Nika 2, I mean, conceivably if I copy the SFU folder, there's no reason why it wouldn't work. Assuming that generic bin utilities can actually target InterX, which I don't know if it can or can't. This isn't a problem with I/O. We have looked at it in Process Explorer. It's literally because it's enumerating every goddamn file in the directory because that's how gmake works. I mean, I can show you Process Explorer. It's not strapped on I/O. It is because it's got to open the file, like, yeah, it's using 80 kilobytes of I/O here. It's not even close to maxing out the system. But yeah, I believe that is the build process basically done. It's just going through libgcc. I forgot what it does after this. I think that is the last step. So it's entering another directory. It should start recursing back up. I mean, it's on the second level of make. Honestly, I should, you know what, in hindsight, I should have loaded up RuneScape and run agility laps while we were waiting for this to go, and I would just stuck it in the corner. Because I feel like that would have been, yeah. Alright, so leaving directory, finishing stage current. Yeah, so this is like the second to last step before the build fail over last time. It's just when it's running from the top make file, it takes so much longer. Okay, so it's leaving directory there. Oh, is it doing all the stage 3 stuff now? I think it's doing all the stage 3 stuff now. So it's got yet another pass through the folders. Because fucking hell, it's still not done. And knowing my luck, it's going to fall over here. Because, of course, it's going to fall over here. Great, we've gotten to the... I mean, the music library is like 40 hours long, so we've listened to 1/4 of the full collection. This is fine. I'm gonna sleep like a rock tonight. I kind of wish I did more productive things, although... keeping my YouTube channel alive is probably a productive thing, and... like, what the hell else am I supposed to do today? I'm in Greece. Weekends here tend to be fairly dead, and holiday weekends even more so, like... the number of things that were open during Christmas was nothing. Like, literally nothing. I think Little was open, that was it. I'm just standing here because if I keep sitting, my legs feel really less than happy. I'm assuming it's counting through make one more time. I am basically almost at that time. Let me figure out the thing for departure. I will be back in a moment. So I've got about 10 minutes before I gotta pull the plug on the stream. Then again, we're at the 11 goddamn hour mark. So, you know, just normal stream stuff. And also that Deja Gnu pun. It's like, take my damn upvote. Can I put a react? I forgot. There's a reacts on this. It's interesting that I can like make emojis, you know, like hearts for my own stream. But yeah. How much more has Gmake gotta go? 4.7 megabytes. Like, this is... I'm just sitting here at my desk. $5.3. It's almost there. $5.7. Yeah, I'm just kind of reading off memory values right now. Well, here's a new subreddit. R no shit Sherlock. I think it's amazing how many people here are just watching the progress bar go up. Yeah, editing this is going to be an absolute flipping nightmare. I'm pretty sure that's going to be my tomorrow task, unless I decide to live stream 2 days in a row and kind of put it all together, but getting through all of this is legitimately going to be kind of painful. Because, like, it's not a disk I/O issue, it's... I mean, it's not even progress bar, it's literally watching the little number go up. Oh, thanks, Huntertron. I've got basically 3 minutes left before I need to actually shut down the stream and head out. So... And even if I didn't, we're sort of approaching maximum VOD time for the YouTubes. So, there's that. I can't believe how long it took to actually build the damn thing. This is just obnoxious in the worst possible way. Okay, 7.8. I want to at least get to the next messages. And then we'll see what happens. 8.4. Okay, almost there. Come on, get there. Literally, I feel like each time this is taking 20 minutes. We're currently waiting very patiently for Gmake to finish this build step. I believe this should theoretically be the second to last one, if I've been counting them correctly. And we'll find out real soon now. Yep, and then it jumps up to 10 megabytes, and we should start getting command line output. Yep, see, now we get to entering directory. And then hopefully it doesn't start counting more. I mean, everything should be up to date. So checking multi-lib config on libgcc. Right. So it should finish this. And then it already did libccp, it did libgcc, so I'm pretty sure that's the end of the build. Like I said, unfortunately, I am quite literally reaching a hard limit. Yeah, because this ran this step. Oh, there we go. Now it's doing make install on that step. Not that we're running make install, but, you know, kind of thought that counts. The cross compiler is going to be a lot of fun. Oh boy. Unfortunately, chat, I'm kind of at the point that I do actually need to shut this down so I can go head into town. Oh, it's making noise. Hold on. Yeah. But I do kind of actually need to shut the stream down. Although it does look like I'll give it 1 minute. So 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37. Oh look, it's entering directory again. 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 9 3/4, or 8 3/4, 8 1/2, 8, 7, 6. I'm going to be so pissed that I'm going to hit like the off button and then it's suddenly going to finish. But 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, like I said, I've reached my hard stop, so this is your host, N Commander, signing out, wishing wishing you all a pleasant day. This has been a very long and very tiring stream, and I'm going to have to edit it, which kind of sucks. Alright, Veronica, unfortunately you got here basically right at the end. And apparently it's still... Wait, is it actually done? Because it's printing out a lot of messages saying that it looks like it's about to be done. I'm assuming it's counting up for make again. Like, yeah, it is. I'm not going to wait for that. Yeah, it looks like it's basically done. I'm assuming it's not actually going to build failure. So I will. I'm going to go check out the Easter celebration.